Hey dreamers, thank you for choosing this calming story to fall asleep to. Like most of my therapeutic stories, this isn't scripted. I just absorb myself in the experience and narrate what's unfolding before me. And as the story begins, so the video will transition to a black screen, and for those who find it helpful to settle down before tonight's bedtime story, I'll begin with a relaxation process. And if you don't need this, you can use the chapters to skip straight to the story. And if you'd like to support what I do here, please consider subscribing and perhaps sharing a few thoughts in the comments. So tonight, as you drift asleep, you find yourself relaxing in the golden haze of the setting sun, on a bench outside a quaint old windmill, before setting off on a magical journey of inner discovery. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get more comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing calmly down through you. As I count down from 10 to 1, and with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles, like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to feel more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. That relaxation passing down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside to what's going on for you in your mind. And perhaps you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you rest and drift and dream, you find yourself sitting on a bench in the most calming, beautiful meadow at the foot of an old stone windmill. And there are some shrubs around the base of the windmill. The sound of the turning, creaking wooden sails above your head. The canvas on the sails, occasionally flapping slightly in the wind. And attached to the windmill is a small cottage. And it's the most beautiful spring evening. The sun is setting. And this windmill is along a dirt track that weaves its way over the undulating hills of this meadow. And while resting on this bench, hearing the stones grinding, the flour, those turning sails overhead, songbirds singing in trees, the sheep bleating peacefully as they eat in the meadows, and the distant sound of cows mooing through the landscape, and the even more distant sound of the church bells of a distant town. The sound of those bells carried on the breeze, in the same way that sometimes there are sounds you can't quite hear from your location, but when the weather is just right and the air pressure is just right, the sound carries, and you hear those sounds you don't ordinarily get to hear. As you rest here with the setting sun casting its golden light across the landscape, you can notice that there are sounds of robins, sounds of blackbirds and blue tits. There are sounds of crows settling down into the tops of the trees in their bulbous nests. That gentle rustling sound from the trees as the wind blows a breeze. The scent of the wildflowers wafting their way to your nostrils, dancing around your nose, almost bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort to your senses. The scent of roses from some of the bushes at the foot of the windmill. And you're sat out here on this bench. The air, just the perfect temperature, as you take in the environment while the windmill turns. And the flower is formed. And as time goes on, the flower fills sacks. And so from time to time you head in. You move one sack, seal it up, place another sack ready to gather up more flour. The grain feeding through to the stones, powered by that windmill. And from within the cottage attached to this windmill wafts the scent of baking bread. As you take some of that flour and you bake loaves, and once a day, every morning, you place those loaves onto the back of a cart and you travel into that town you hear in the distance. You deliver the baked bread that was baked the night before. And then travel back to the windmill. And the windmill is wrapped in the most incredible stone and flint that seems to always feel so cool to the touch. The flint being so smooth under the fingers, and the coarseness of the grains between the flint. And you sit here and rest and drink a drink, enjoying the setting sun. You hear a small bell tring to let you know it's time to head into the cottage. Take the most recent batch of baked bread from that oven. You prepare that baked bread, ready for transporting it in the morning. And after the sun has set, you still have a few more hours of baking bread. And even in the evening after the sun has set, the air temperature is comfortable. You just have to put on an extra layer. The bird sounds have calmed down. You hear some of the other nighttime sounds of animals. Until you reach the end of your working day, the grinding coming to a halt, the baking finished. You make yourself some dinner, and after eating dinner and relaxing for a while, you head to bed and drift peacefully and comfortably asleep. And the next morning, you begin your journey down into that town. You load all the bread onto the cart, cover that bread over. You climb up onto the cart and travel with that horse along the dirt track till you eventually find a more substantial track that you follow all the way down to the town. The wheels jiggling, rolling, creaking, the sound of the wood, the clopping of the horse, the occasional breath and pant and neigh of the horse, feeling of the reins in your hands, the tension and relaxation as the horse knows its way and requires very minimal input from you. And you ride that horse down towards the town. And on your way towards the town, as you're passing through the wide meadows, under the early morning sun that's just beginning to peer its light over the horizon, where the actual disk of the sun is yet to make an appearance. You hear the sound of sparkling and see some sparkling light among some grass, a little way from the road you're on. You stop the horse, dismount from the cart. You head over towards that sparkling light among the grass, and you find a tablet. And the tablet is like a stone tablet with text on it. And you understand the writing on that tablet. And it suggests that there's a way of learning, a special healing meditation that requires a magical silver bell, and it gives the instructions on how to find that bell. And so you take the tablet, continue your journey to the town, and you arrive at the town as the church bells begin to sound for the first time in the morning, and the sun has just broken above the horizon, beginning its journey of climbing up into view. You head to the bakery. You drop off the bread at the bakery, and you share with the baker about the tablet, about how you plan on seeing if you can find this silver bell and learn this meditation. And you say that as the bakery tomorrow will only be open for half a day anyway, with it being a Sunday, hopefully the bread you've delivered will last through tomorrow. And you plan on having more bread for them come Monday morning. And you set off from the town in the horse and cart. You head back to the windmill. And after sorting everything out, feeding the horse, you gather up a bag of items and set off on foot, finding your way to the location described on that tablet. And you walk across those hills through the meadow. Walking off of the path, smelling those wildflowers, watching bees and butterflies and other animals and insects. Moving from plant to plant, hearing the songbirds, watching as different birds fly past in the sky. Some birds shooting past fast and settling down in trees and bushes. Other birds leaping up into the air en masse, flying around in the most graceful patterns before diving in formation into trees and hedges. You find your way through the meadow, down to walk along the edge of a comfortable, relaxed flowing river. The air smelling so peaceful here, as if that flowing water is purifying, cleaning the air. You follow that river as it bubbles along beside you, working your way round and into the woodland, continuing to follow the river as it passes through the woodland, birdsong echoing among the trees, the sight of a deer a little way off, with its head down into the water, having a quick drink, before moving away from the water to vanish back into the woodland. Enjoying how peaceful this walk is. And you continue walking. The dappled light dancing before you as it creeps its way through the canopy overhead. Finding your way out of the woodland, continuing to follow this river until you come to a lake shore. And now, late afternoon, you gaze across from the lake shore to the island in the middle of the lake. You head back and forth among the trees and the lake shore, gathering up some wood and making yourself a small raft. and the first signs of the sky beginning to darken as the sun quickly begins to move towards the horizon. You feel there's just enough time to make it across to that island before darkness sets in. You climb onto the raft and push off from the side. You leave the lapping water behind as you row towards the island. And as you row towards the island, so the bird sounds in the distance quieten down. And on arriving at the island, the sun now well on its way to setting, you dismount from the raft, pull the raft up onto the shore, you begin to explore this small island, and you've never visited this island before. You visited the lake shore. You've sat and enjoyed picnics on the lake shore, but you've never crossed from the shore to the island. And you find on this island the most magical walled garden. You can't see over the wall. There's a gate into that garden and you pass through the gate. And in the heart of the garden you can see a small cottage. And in that garden is a gardener, and you call out very friendly to that gardener, who looks up and smiles. And this gardener is more than welcoming and kind. They share about this garden, how it came about, that they live in the cottage here and tend to the garden all year round, making sure that it's exactly as it's supposed to be. And they make you a warm drink, and you sit down with them in the garden. The sun setting, the sky gradually turning a dark blue, as stars begin popping into existence overhead. You explain about that tablet and show the tablet. And the gardener invites you to follow them into the heart of the garden. And in the heart of this garden is a tree stump. And with the sun now fully set, and the area around you just illuminated by a handheld torch the gardener's holding, you see some sparkling in the garden near that stump. The gardener crouches down and you copy them. That sparkling gets closer and closer. And a fairy flies over to you. You can hear their wings almost buzzing as they move so fast. And this friendly fairy is told by the gardener about why you're here. And the fairy waves her magic wand over your head, and sparkles of light sprinkle down from that wand, spreading out and wrapping around you as you shrink down in size to being the same size as the fairy. And the fairy flies down to be walking alongside you. She takes hold of your hand, guides you among the towering plants and through the tall grass to that stump, and then into the stump. And initially, on passing into the stump, everything gets darker and darker, with the only glow being the sparkling the fairy gives off. But then, while continuing to walk, everything starts to get lighter and lighter, and you find you come out into a fairy world, and it's night time here like it is where you just came from. And you can see sticks with flames lining streets, houses built within mushrooms, fairy lights hanging in the fronds beneath the mushrooms. The occasional sparkling dust wafting around this space, weaving among trees, weaving among plants. You gaze up and notice it's night time, but the sky looks different overhead. When you follow the fairy, as she guides you through this landscape, and she takes you to the heart of this landscape, where there's a giant mushroom. Together you walk into that giant mushroom. You descend a staircase in the heart of this giant mushroom, going down 10, 9, 8, 7, deeper and deeper under the mushroom, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and deep in the heart of the mushroom. Deep down among the mycelial network, you come out into a chamber, and in the heart of this chamber are silver bells hanging on string which is weaved across the ceiling in this space. The silver bells hanging on the mycelial network, like string weaved across the ceiling of this space. She unhooks one of those silver bells, hands the bell to you and tells you, if you sit still and tring the bell just once with a hand, holding it between your thumb and forefinger, and while still holding it, focus your ears on that sound of the bell as it rings and reverberates until the reverberations fade and disappear, and then ring the bell a second time, doing the same again, and then a third time doing the same again, each time keeping your focus on the sound of that bell. Then that focus will help to focus you, your inner frequencies. And with each ring of the bell, just keep breathing in and out, allowing the out-breaths to lengthen and deepen, allowing the shoulders to relax, the arms to relax, the muscles through the body to relax, while your mind gets absorbed just around the sound of the bell. And begin in your mind to see the sound of that bell as light, as a sparkling, twinkling light, and the way that sound spreads out further and wider, the way the sparkling spreads out further and wider. And have a sense of that sparkling passing down through you, synchronizing within you as you drift deeper into the experience. And so, with her guidance, you practice this here under this mushroom in the heart of this space. And you feel your cheeks warming as you relax deeper and deeper. And once you've mastered the technique, the fairy guides you out of the meditation, tells you to take the bell with you. A new one will grow in its place when the time is right. And she guides you back out of the mushroom, through the fairy world, back out into that garden. And back in the garden she waves her wand over your head once more, as you grow back to full size, and the bell grows to be the same proportions in relation to you. And the gardener smiles and asks if you found what you sought. And you acknowledge that you did. They invite you to spend the night. They prepare the most beautiful food. You sit and have the most interesting conversation. You can't help but be drawn to their library of old books. And so in quiet moments between the conversations, you ask if you can take a look through the books. You look through those books, smelling the old book smell, before being shown to a room with the most comfortable bed, settling down for the night and drifting peacefully asleep. And the next morning you awaken to the first rays of sun creeping in the window, and the sweetest scent of breakfast. You enjoy that breakfast before making your journey back home, setting off from the island, back to that bank of the lake. Making your journey back, following that river, back round to the woodland, through the woodland, back to the meadows, over the undulating hills of the meadows, until you can see, peering over the hills in the distance, the tip of your windmill, finding your way back to the windmill. On arrival back at the windmill, you settle back home for a bit, have yourself something to eat and a brief rest, before continuing to make that flour, bake that bread, doing that well into the night, and then trying out that meditation, ringing that bell, focusing on the ringing until it fades, ringing the bell again, and repeating that process of breathing in and out, those out-breaths lengthening and deepening, the relaxation spreading through the mind and body, and noticing that healing setting in as your mind and body synchronizes, and the frequencies through your mind and body seem to form an equilibrium and sing in harmony. And you notice at the peak of the meditation, everything seems so much more vivid, and you seem to be a part of everything around you, like there's a greater connection with all things. As if somehow the world feels richer, as if you can smell the differences between the smell of the baking bread, the nuances to that smell, each individual part that makes up the smell, while still enjoying the smell itself, and the same with the sounds and the sights. And then heading to bed, knowing in the morning you'll awaken, make your journey into town like every day, but for now just finding yourself with a deep sense of calm and relaxation. And this new meditation that you know you can do better each time you engage with it. And while going over the experience in your mind, you find yourself so easily, so effortlessly, drifting and floating peacefully asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing calmly down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of your head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. Nine, that relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles. Around the side of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head. Gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage, passing through your body and your mind. Eight, as that relaxation begins to move down those arms. And I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. Seven, moving all the way down to the wrist, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath that you take, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as the relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders, down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles so gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to feel more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. That relaxation passing down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier as the body becomes deeply relaxed, and your focus drifts inside to what's going on for you in your mind. And maybe you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself walking through a meadow on a cliff, heading towards a tall lighthouse before you. The meadow a myriad of different scents, the scent of different wild flowers wafting in the breeze, the hint of salty sea air travelling from the ocean below up the side of the cliff and resting itself down across the meadow. The setting sun casting a golden light across the surface of the meadow, sharpening the shadows of the trees as they stretch off into the distance. A slight cool tinge to the air as the sun sets. And some areas of the sky being alight, while others are turning darker. And in one direction, you see shades of blues. The other direction, shades of oranges and reds and pinks. Hearing the sound of the crashing waves at the foot of the cliffs, almost playing out a tune as they rumble into the shore, curl up onto the shore, and pound the cliff in a rhythmic row of beats. And then the soft, pull back of the water. Before the sound calms down, ready for the next wave to roll in. The light of the sun dancing across the surface of the ocean. White horses galloping to the shore along the fronts of the waves. The cool breeze tickling at your cheeks. The bird songs beginning to change as daytime birds find their way home. And new sounds begin to evolve around you. As you walk towards the lighthouse, each footstep like a weight gently thudding on the soil beneath your feet. And a brushing sound as your feet pass through the grass. And you continue walking towards the lighthouse just as the sun continues to set. Arriving at the foot of the lighthouse, walking around the outside of that lighthouse, running your fingertips around the stonework, feeling that stone beneath the fingers, a slight cool dampness to the stone. Some moss growing in cracks within the stonework. Plants hugging the bottom of the lighthouse. Small windows that are slightly too high up for you to be able to see inside. You ascend the steps. You knock on the wooden door, hearing that knock echo within the lighthouse, almost reverberating up and down inside that lighthouse. And with no answer, you carefully open the door, announcing your presence. You find that no one is in the lighthouse. You close the door behind you. And within the lighthouse, as you look around, you can see curved bookcases lined with old books, scent of which wafts over to your nostrils as the air is disturbed by the open door. And as you close the door, the sounds outside quieten down, almost sounding muted, yet you're still aware that they're there. And along one curved wall is a kitchen area. You can see a sink at a window, some cupboards under the sink. some kitchen items upon the work surfaces. In the centre of the room is a round dining table with a couple of wooden chairs around that table. Almost opposite the kitchen is a sofa, and the sofa looks uncomfortable in its position, with its flat back, and it's moved away from the wall to try to reduce the contrast between the curved wall and the straight sofa. And across the other side of the space from the kitchen area is a comfortable reading nook with a sofa and a couple of seats, and a small fire and small chimney leading up to a small hole on the outside of the lighthouse. And the fire is still crackling away, and you walk over to the dining room table, and on the table is a cup with a half-drunk drink and a letter, handwritten, just saying, "I've gone out, I'll be back in 5 minutes." And you walk over and begin to look at what books are on the bookshelves, taking the occasional book off the shelves, reading the book, perusing a few pages before placing it back. You make yourself a drink. Sit down in the comfortable reading area near the fire, feeling the warmth of the fire as you relax back into a chair, holding your drink. You can hear the faint sounds of the waves of the ocean outside. And between the rolling waves, this space becomes comfortably quiet. And you know that while you're here, there's nothing at all you need to do other than wait and relax. And you've so far only been exploring this ground floor space of the lighthouse. And after a short time, you hear the latch go on the door. Door opens with a gust of wind, and a man steps into the lighthouse. The friendliest looking man, the kindest eyes, and a warm smile. He introduces himself as Jack. He's a lighthouse keeper who tends to the lantern, makes sure that it's always shining, And Jack goes to offer you a drink and then notices you've already had one and sits down at the table, finishing his drink. He welcomes you to his lighthouse. And he begins to explain why he's asked you to come here. He explains that as the night time sets in, lately, there's been unusual occurrences. He says it's very difficult to explain, but you'll find out a bit later. And he offers to make some dinner, and so he makes that dinner. And while he's preparing the food, so you sit at the dining room table talking with him in the kitchen area. And while the dinner's cooking, and it's just a case of waiting, he says he'll show you to the room you'll be staying in. And together you ascend the spiral staircase, which wraps around the inside wall of this lighthouse. He takes you up to the next room. He shows you this level, and the room that's on this level takes you up a level higher and a level after that to a small room that's separate, whereas all the other rooms have each floor largely open plan. This room is separate, with the steps wrapping around the room, up to the top, where it comes out into a dome where the lantern for the lighthouse is situated. And there's a small building on the ground level that's attached to the side of the lighthouse. And through that building is a bathroom and some storage. And so you're shown through to the room you'll be staying in. He opens the latch, pushes the door open with a creak, gestures for you to head in. So you head in, you place your bag down on the bed, noticing the way the bed absorbs the bag as you place it down. Seeing the small window in the room, looking out of the window over the ocean. The smell of the food wafting all the way up here. Jack says that he's going to head back down, finish making the food. Make yourself settled, then you can come down for dinner. And so you settle yourself into this room, making this room your own, even though you'll only be here for a short time. The smell of dinner increasing with each passing moment. And so almost as if you're following your nose, you descend those steps again, yet all the way back down to the ground floor, where Jack has plated up the dinner. It's dark now outside the lighthouse. Both enjoy good conversation, good food. And after eating, Jack washes up as you sit by the fire enjoying a drink. And occasional conversation back and forth with Jack about this place, about the books. You both avoid having a conversation about this curious thing that you've been called here for. And after washing up, Jack sits with you in a seat opposite, and you ask him about being a lighthouse keeper, what it's like. He shares his experience of what it's like to run a lighthouse, to largely be here alone, to be at the front line of harsh weather and storms. He explains how the top of the lighthouse, although looking solid and sturdy, actually sways ever so slightly with strong wind, and that this is by design. And yet it can feel a little unnerving at first, because you don't expect a building to be moving in the wind. And Jack explains that it's that slight movement that gives this lighthouse the strength to manage even the most challenging weather. And after a while of talking, Jack looks at his watch and says it's time to get up to the top, to the lantern. And you follow Jack up the stairs, all the way up to the lantern. And in this glass dome you watch as a mirror moves around a giant light, directing a beam out, sweeping across the ocean. And the casing for the light is only open at the front, so the light doesn't shine as it swoops all the way to the back. And so Jack and yourself can stand behind the light. Without that light turning and facing you, and while standing and watching quietly, barely able to hear the ocean from up here, seeing some dots of light on the horizon, which Jack explains are ships, keeping themselves away from this shore. You have moments of talking and moments of silence, and in one of the moments of silence, Jack suddenly bursts out with instructions for you to look in a certain direction. And you look off in that direction, and you see what looks like sparkling, fluorescent green lights bubbling beneath the surface of the ocean. moving and weaving and seeming organic. Almost intelligent. And the lights get brighter and brighter. They reach the surface of the water, and in the darkness you see those lights rising from the surface in a formation and beginning to silently move across the surface of the ocean. And it's hard to tell as you watch exactly what you're watching. Because all you can see is darkness and those lights, and the points of light on the horizon. And Jack explains that for the last few weeks, he comes up here, he observes like always, checking that the light is still working, looking out at what's in the ocean, seeing that all the boats are keeping a safe distance from the shore. But the last few weeks, he's seen the same thing. Those lights rising from the water, travelling around on the water. They do so for a while, before seeming to sink back down into the water again, and then fading away. And you watch all the way through to those lights, heading back the way they came, and seeming to fade away, as if they've descended beneath the surface of the ocean once more. And you're really curious what it is you've just witnessed. You try to let your eyes adapt to the dark, but the light here is so bright that even though you're keeping out of line of the beam, your eyes never fully adjust to the dark well enough to be able to make anything out, so you don't really fully know what you've seen. Jack explains that normally it happens just once, and then doesn't seem to happen again for the rest of the night. And you find this incredibly curious. And Jack and yourself descend the steps. It's beginning to get late, so you head to bed. You say that you'll definitely investigate this in the morning. You settle down in bed, finding it to be so comfortable and deeply relaxing as you drift peacefully asleep. And the next morning you awake to the smell of breakfast wafting its way up through the lighthouse. You get ready and dressed and prepared for the day. You descend those steps. You sit and enjoy breakfast with Jack. After breakfast, you explain you'll be going out, seeing if you can learn more about those lights. You find your way down, out of the lighthouse, into the meadow, along the top of the cliff, until you reach a path that weaves and descends down the side of the cliff. You follow that all the way to the stones at the foot of the cliff. The sound of the ocean, almost thunderous, even though it's not particularly rough, as it rolls up onto the stone, claws them back and drags them into the water. You head to a rowboat a little way on down the shore. You drag that small rowboat towards the sea. It's sliding across those stones, then becoming weightless as it gets into the water, but initially being in the surf, where 1 minute it's floating, next minute the waves pull back and it's on the ground again. But each time it floats, you drag it a little further into the water rising up your legs, feeling that coolness of the water. Then you climb into the rowboat, with the oars pushing off from the shore as a wave pulls back, helping to tug you better out into the sea. You paddle beyond the line where waves roll over and break. You look up towards the lighthouse and begin to try to get your bearings. Try to work out exactly where you saw those lights. You paddle out to that location, keeping your eye up on the lighthouse, getting an idea of exactly where you need to be. Your rowboat now just bobbing gently up and down in the water. The sun burning off the last of the morning mist that was hanging across the surface of the water as late morning approaches, and the blue sky overhead, the warmth of the sun on your face. And from where you are, you look down into the water, and you can't see all the way down to the bottom. And you're not too far from the shore. You attach a rope to the front of the boat. You take your overclothes off to reveal a wetsuit. You take a snorkel and mask out of your bag and seal your bag back up. You place some flippers on your feet. Attach that rope to you. You then drop into the water and swim down underwater. You drop into the water. You take a few deep breaths. Place the mask over your eyes and nose. Bend your head down under the water, push your legs up, and dive down, and holding your arms alongside your body. You wave your legs up and down, keeping your feet together, propelling yourself down deeper underwater. And in the gloom, you begin to notice a faint glowing, and you continue diving deeper and deeper, keeping yourself so calm, using so little effort, just the subtle movement of your legs, amplifying that movement through the fins, propelling you down deeper and deeper. And as you reach the bottom, so you notice something unusual. The bottom is covered in stones and silt and rock formations. All the sorts of things that a ship could get caught on. And you notice that among one of the rock formations appears to be a glowing tunnel. And it's glowing with the same kind of fluorescent green that you'd seen the night before. And still feeling relaxed and swimming perfectly comfortably, you swim towards that glowing green and notice something unusual about it. As you reach it, you reach out, and your hand goes through that glowing green at the front of that cave, and suddenly feels heavy. And you notice that it's almost like there's a force field that's holding back the water. And so you swim yourself towards that and flop down onto the ground as you swim out of the water and into the tunnel. As you land on the ground, you breathe in the air, noticing it's breathable. And there's a glowing green within this space. And you tie the rope within this cave to a jutting out bit of rock. You take the flippers off and place them down next to the rope. You begin to walk within this glowing green cave. You follow it around deeper and deeper. Aware of the silence setting in within the cave. And then you begin to hear some faint noise. And the other side of this cave seems to be what looks like another force field. Only this one seems different. You walk up to this force field and it looks like the other one, like held back by this force field is water. But when you look through the water, it looks like an entire city of swimming beings. All those beings having streaks of green light pulsing down tails from their backs all the way down the tail and to the tips of the tail, each one with slightly different patterns. You realise these all look like mer people. You take a few deep breaths, lean forward towards the force field in front of you, pushing yourself into the water, and this water feels so still and warm, so comfortable. You find yourself swimming around within an underwater city. And one of the mer people happens to see you, and they swim over towards you, and you swim back towards the hole. You get back into the cave. The mer person follows you. You back away from the force field to give room for them to come into the cave too. And as they pass through the force field, their tail dissolves into legs, and they're stood there before you. And it's almost like, without saying anything, you can understand and hear what they're thinking. And they begin to ask who you are, where you're from, and you explain about being from the lighthouse, exploring a mystery of lights in the ocean here. And they explain who they are, that they're a mer person. There's an entire civilization of mer people on a different location to here. And they're a very advanced civilization. They have these portals which allow them to travel to different locations, almost like holiday destinations. And they're able to swim, but when they dry off, their legs form. And it's an adaptation that allows them to be able to be in water or on land. But they can only be out of water for a limited period of time before they need to be back in water again. And so they create these portals. And they create them through these caves where they can walk over to the portal that comes out in their destination they want to visit. And now you know what was making that light. It was just these mer people visiting. And you're curious to learn more about the mer people, their culture, where they're really from, whether there's a way of exploring their city further, how large their world is that they come from, where their world is really located. They say some of those questions they won't answer, but they allow you to come back and visit. but you'll need to come with better equipment if you're to spend a good length of time in their world. And so, you say your goodbyes. You head back the way you came, placing on your flippers, unhooking the rope, attaching the rope back to yourself, and swimming back up to the boat following the rope, climbing up the back of the rowboat and into the rowboat, and rowing back to the shore. And it hasn't been that long that you've been away. You pull the boat back out onto the shore, placing it back where you found it, heading back to the lighthouse and explaining what you discovered, and explaining that you plan on revisiting, but taking some scuba gear, but that you're going to keep it quiet, because although you'll revisit, you don't think it would be helpful or wise to make this fully public. You explain about how the mer people can exist in water and on land, about their tail turning to legs, and with the plan that you're going to revisit those mer people. And this time take some scuba gear with you. You head up to bed at the end of the night. You sit there for a while drawing up your plan, exploring what scuba gear you'll need, what you'd like to learn, how long you'll have to explore. You know you won't be able to explore too long, but you're curious what you'll learn in that period of time, and whether there'll be any way of maybe setting up a portal or some kind of system where you can explore in an easier way, like maybe being able to explore using fresh air, explore in an easier way. And after developing your plan, knowing you'll be here for a few more days, but even after you've gone, you hope to come back and visit again, or maybe learn about other locations where you can access the mer people's world from. And you place the plans you've been writing down beside you. You relax down into this most comfortable of beds, the faintest sound of the ocean outside, and you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and Imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, around your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully and slowly as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles, around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep and comfortable massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm, but you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms, moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. 7. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light and spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. Five. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a bit more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower parts of your legs, perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier. Maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. With that relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself at Faraway Cottage, the most beautiful cottage in this landscape. An old thatched roof with shaped birds perched on top. Stone walls, slightly arched windows, and a garden that attracts so much wildlife and gives off the most beautiful scent of flowers. And you're resting within Faraway Cottage. You're sitting in front of the crackling log fire, enjoying a good book, while resting in the most comfortable and cosy armchair. And on the floor is the softest of rugs. And in the heart of the rug is a sleeping kitten called Ginger, snuggled down into the fibres of the rug, breathing in and out. Occasionally Ginger's paws twitching as Ginger dreams and shadows dancing on the walls as that firelight flickers in the fireplace. The warmth of the fire casting the cottage in the most cosy orange glow. Bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort to your mind and body. And you sit in that armchair, reading that book, feeling a deep sense of peace and relaxation, feeling like this moment is almost timeless. And the living space is all one space within this cottage. It's an open plan kitchen, dining room and living space. At one side is that fire, directing its smoke up a broad chimney. And above the fireplace is the most beautiful picture. And ornaments adorn the shelf above the fire. And rustic bookcases line the walls. And rugs are dotted across the wooden floor. And at the far side of the room is a kitchen space with wooden work surfaces, an island where you occasionally bake and use that space for your baking. And around the sides is a sink in front of the window, gazing out across the garden. An Aga giving off the most comfortable warmth. And the Aga and the fire together warm the room. There are old pots and pans hanging on hooks. And china plates decorated with the most beautiful, ornate patterns, resting in a rack in front of the front door. There's a draft excluder, and over the windows the most beautiful curtains. And this space is so cozy and comforting. You get to just sit and read, listening to the quiet. Here in the faraway cottage. And you read all the way through to bedtime. You close the book and place it down beside the chair. The fire burns down to the faintest of glows. The room still warm and comfortable. Ginger awakes and scrambles up onto your lap. You carry Ginger to your bedroom. And in the bedroom, is a thick and soft mattress. Blankets draped across the bed. Soft pillows propped at the back of the bed. A couple of cuddly toys resting in the bed. You sort the bed out, climb into the bed, having a low light on, just a little lamp beside your side of the bed. Ginger crawling over to the other side of the bed, resting down, looking at you in a way that makes you know they want you to just gently stroke them. And so you gently stroke them as they drift back asleep, purring beside you, while you read a little bit more book in bed under this dim and cozy light. Before feeling tired, placing a bookmark into the book, closing the book, placing that down beside you on the bedside table, turning off the light so there's just the faintest moonlight penetrating through the curtains into the room. Not really noticeable until your eyes begin to adapt to the dark. In the moments before you close them, and easily and effortlessly drift so comfortably asleep. And as you rest and drift and dream, your mind and body heals. You feel a deep sense of physical relaxation passing through you. As your awareness drifts deeper and deeper into the most pleasant dream. And the next morning, you awaken to the gentle sound of birds outside. The faint glow of daylight shining through the curtains. Feeling fully awake from the most perfect night's sleep. You head through to the kitchen. You make yourself some breakfast. You head out into your garden, sitting on a metal chair with a soft cushion on the chair. At a metal table, enjoying the breakfast and a drink, breathing in the fresh country air. There's a slight coolness to the air as the sun is just beginning to warm the earth. And you can smell that freshness of the air as you listen to morning songbirds singing to each other throughout the garden. You see a butterfly resting on a plant in a beam of sunlight, wrapped between shadows. Its wings spread, absorbing the warmth of that light. You see bees already working their way from plant to plant, starting their work early in the morning. You hear the sound of the pond at the end of the garden and the waterfall that gently trickles into that pond, creating rhythmic soft ripples which dance across the surface of the water. You see a dragonfly flit into the garden, dart over to the pond, and seem to hover for a time above the water before darting off again. And the sky is the most beautiful morning blue, with just the faintest wisp of some clouds. Painted sparingly across the scene. And after enjoying your breakfast, you head back into the cottage. You wash up your plate and cup and cutlery. You place them on the draining board to dry. You place some cat food into a bowl for Ginger. You pet them as they come over before they go and eat. You keep an eye on them as they go over, nuzzling their nose into the food. You smile ever so slightly before turning and walking through to the living room. And in a heavy drawer, in a cabinet below the bookshelves, you open the drawer. You take out a roll of thick wool and 2 knitting needles poked through that roll of wool. You close that drawer behind you and head back outside. The sun continuing to gently rise up into the sky. You sit on a swinging bench overlooking the garden. The sun shining down onto you and the bench and onto the garden, bringing a deep sense of warmth and comfort. You place that roll of wool beside you. With the knitting needles, you begin to knit. The sound of those needles tapping against each other, the movement of your fingers moving the needles, weaving your fingers out and back as you move the wool around those needles as you knit. And you knit at a comfortable pace for you, feeling that wool as it passes through the palm of your hand, almost tickling while passing past your fingers. Noticing out the corner of your eye the wool moving slightly as more of that wool is pulled towards what you're knitting. And you knit at a very comfortable pace. You don't try to knit fast, and you're not knitting slow. You're knitting so that the whole experience feels and sounds relaxing, falling into the most comfortable rhythm. And you're actually knitting a small item of clothing for Ginger. Something that'll keep them warm on cold evenings when they want to head outside and sit resting outside on the swing chair. Or at the table. And you continue knitting that. And while you continue knitting, so the sun continues passing across the sky, rising higher in the sky as lunchtime approaches. And you stop at lunchtime. You head back into the cottage, to the kitchen. You grab a plate, some cutlery. You grab some items from the fridge and from the cupboards. You make yourself some food. You prepare that food. Place it on the plate. You check on Ginger again. Before heading back outside, enjoying your lunch under the warmth of the sunlight, relaxing in this cozy garden out the back of your cottage. Sounds of leaves rustling as the wind gently blows a breeze, songbirds singing. A blackbird landing on the lawn, hopping around and pecking at the grass, before launching back up to a tree. A robin out on a limb, singing so beautifully, its red breast vibrating and fluttering with each note. And after eating, you continue to knit. And later than expected, the post is delivered to a mailbox at your gate. You wander down to the front of your property to grab the mail from the mailbox. And among the mail is a postcard. And you look at the picture on the postcard. It's a picture of the most beautiful beach scene, the setting sun, a palm tree stretching into the image, fluffy white sand reaching down to the seashore, azure blue wrapped around that shore, delicate waves rolling in onto the shore. You turn the postcard over. You see the stamp on the back, the markings across the stamp, your address, and the handwriting from a friend addressed to you. And you begin to read that postcard as you walk back to the bench, sitting back down on that swinging seat, rocking so gently as you read the postcard. And it's only a couple of paragraphs long of text, maybe no more than 300 words. And yet it's surprising how much your friend has been able to squeeze into that text about what they've been doing, about where they are, asking how you've been, saying it'd be great to catch up when they're back. You turn the postcard back over again looking at the image, imagining what it would be like to be visiting that beach, resting on a deck chair on that white, fluffy sand, feeling the warmth of the sun as it beats down on you, smelling the salty air of the sea, the broad rustling of the leaves overhead from the trees, the gentle sway of those trees. The sound of the ocean softly lapping onto the shore, pulling a little bit of sand into the water as it goes. The clear sea, the clarity of the water, perhaps struggling to define where the sky ends and the ocean begins, as at the horizon, the colour of the ocean and the sky almost blend together. Maybe walking down to the seashore barefoot through the warm sand, feeling that tickle touch of the sand underfoot, and the coolness when your feet pass beneath the surface of the sand, the way the sand firms up as you approach the water's edge, the warmth of that tropical water, and standing a little way into the water, perhaps just above your ankles, and watching small fish swimming around your ankles. And feeling that sensation of the water tension around your legs as waves pass by. The water rises and lowers around you. And what a sunset here would be like. And how sunsets can bring a sense of peace and silence and stillness to the air. And then nighttime setting in on a beach where there's no light. And so the environment becomes incredibly dark. But overhead, the stars look like a dusting of flour splattered across the sky. With a cloud of dust stretched across the middle. The occasional shooting star fizzing past overhead. The moon seeming so large when it's near the horizon. Its light stretched across the surface of the ocean, from the distance all the way to the shore, like a streak of silvery light, sparkling across the blackness of the sea. And you place that postcard down beside you. Ginger jumps up and sits beside you, and you continue knitting. As the sun continues to mark out its afternoon trajectory, and you relax deeper and deeper into the experience of that knitting, becoming so absorbed that it's almost like time stands still. And as the sun marks out the end of the day, you head back into the cottage. You place your almost finished knitting, the needles and the wool back in the drawer. You place the postcard under a magnet on the fridge. You make yourself some tea and sit back down in the living area, eating the tea. And after eating that tea, you light the fire, place some logs on the fire. Ginger settles down in front of the fire. You read some more of your book. Enjoying how slow and comfortable life is. How relaxed you feel. And as another night sets in, so you head to bed. You relax down in bed. Thinking back over your day. Pondering tomorrow. Before drifting and floating, so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can just take a moment to allow yourself to get more comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax. And you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. And that relaxation can move down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully and slowly as that healing light continues to pass down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the side of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles. Like a deep and comfortable massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, triceps, down into the forearms. Seven, moving that relaxation all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath, the arms can begin to feel heavier or lighter, or to develop some other sensation as relaxation sets in. Or perhaps they become so deeply relaxed, it's almost as if you become unaware that they're even resting there. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles so gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. That healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body. Releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a bit more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier. Maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside. You can lose some awareness of that body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. With the relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of the toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander gently into tonight's sleep story. And in tonight's sleep story, you find yourself taking shelter under a tree in the middle of a meadow. And it's early in the morning. The sun is just in the process of rising, but there's heavy rain pouring down around you, and you're sheltered beneath a tall tree, its branches arching overhead like nature's umbrella. The view from under this tree of a dense curtain of rain, no sign of the sunrise. Just a gentle grey in all directions, barely able to see that far through the rain, unable to see any features around you as the landscape disappears into the haze of that rain. The occasional sight and sound of water dripping from overhead, as some drops of that heavy rain manage to find their way down the assault course of branches through that canopy overhead. But barely a drop reaches the ground underneath this tree, and the air smells so soft and fresh. and you can smell that scent of the damp soil and grass of the meadow. The way the heavy rain changes the scent of wildflowers and freshens the air. The sound of that rain as it pelts the leaves of the tree and strikes the ground around you. And the streaks of that rain passing through the sky. And gusts of wind whipping up some of that rain, changing its direction as it tries to flow to the ground. And you rest with your back against the tree, unsure how long this rain will last. You can feel the bark of the tree against your back and smell the scent of this tree. And something about the experience just feels so peaceful and relaxing. Although for now, there's nowhere else you can really go. The sound of the rain, the smell of the fresh air, just brings a deep sense of peace and comfort. That for now you're very happy to remain in this location. And you would love to have seen the sun rising, but you're comfortable to just be here and dry. And after quite some time of resting here beneath this tree, you notice the sky seems to be lightening very slightly. The rain still seems to be just as heavy at the moment, but you notice that the sky is getting lighter, and so you anticipate the rain will shortly begin to calm down. And you sit yourself down onto the ground beneath the tree as you wait. And after a while longer, it sounds like that rain is calming. And even longer still, you notice the rain calming and the sky lightening. And those rain clouds beginning to move on from this area. And there's still moisture in the air. But there's something deeply refreshing about the environment after the rain. And as those clouds move away, so the sun shines on the ground. A gentle mist begins to form as the warmth of the sun begins to evaporate that rain. And as the sun shines from behind you, you can see your early morning shadows stretched out before you, the long shadow of the tree, the gentle golden light of this morning. And a rainbow forming before you against those dark, receding clouds. Its striking colours arched across the sky. Like an ethereal moment in time. And you think to yourself how everyone has their own unique rainbow. No two people see the same rainbow. And you notice that within and outside of that rainbow, as the rainbow gets bolder and brighter, so some additional rainbows form. And then no sooner have they formed than they begin to fade away. And as the rainbows fade away, so you walk out from under the tree, walking through the damp grass of the meadow, smelling the freshness of the air, still the occasional bit of moisture in the air, reaching your cheeks, catching in your hair. And now you can see the whole landscape. Now the shroud of rain has lifted. And as you walk through this landscape, you see something poking out of the mud. Something that the rain had begun to uncover. And you reach down with curiosity. You tuck your fingers around that object. You move it a little beneath your fingers, feeling its shape and weight, and realize it looks a bit like a mask. And you carefully pull it out while uncovering it more with the other hand, separating that mask from the mud. And it looks like an old wooden mask which has probably been buried for many years within this mud. And this mud here is very peat-like. And so when things have been buried here over the years, they've remained preserved, and so it's very difficult to tell an exact age. Then you wipe the mud off the mask, and you crouch down and wipe your fingertips among the damp fronds of grass, using the grass almost to wash and clean your hands, and then wiping the mask in the tall grass, to use the grass to try to clean the mask off a little more. And then you hold that mask in front of you. You look at the front of the mask and see its shape, the curious expression on that mask, the texture of the wood, the peaty smell of the mask. You turn it round and look at the rear side. And it almost appears a little bit smooth, as if worn down from frequent wear, like it's an item which someone had owned and worn for many, many years very frequently. And you feel this compulsion to move the mask towards your face just to see what it looks like and its size compared to your head. And as you move it to your face and get it so it's almost touching your face, you suddenly feel it almost stick in position for a moment, as through the eye holes the world around you shifts and changes, and then you hear the world as different, and you see the landscape change and undulate, almost as if different realities are flashing by, as if you're in space, watching moving images in clouds. And then you hear a noise, like a whispered voice, directing you to go in search of a dream catcher. A dream catcher that went with this mask and some ancient rituals, and to reunite the two. And give them a proper burial together, storing them in the same location. And you don't know where the voice came from. It was almost as if it came from within your mind, but it most definitely wasn't your voice. And it was an unusual accent, although the words could be understood. You move the mask off your face, and the world around you shifts back to normal. But as you look around you, you now notice there's a gentle glow, and this glow seems to almost guide you, as if it's marking out a path through the landscape. And so you begin to follow that glow, walking through this meadow. And as you walk, so you place the mask in a backpack, placing that backpack onto your back. And it's as if a change has happened within you, but that glow just seems to remain. You continue on through this meadow. And the dark clouds continue on into the distance. The sky now turning the most perfect blue. And as you walk, so you hear the sounds of songbirds, the rustle and dull thud of each footstep that you take. You watch as bees and butterflies come out after the rain and begin to flit from plant to plant. And you follow that glow in the direction of some woodland. And you wander into the woodland. And the ground is firmer in the woodland, each footstep like a dull thud. The gentle rustling of the leaves of the trees, the echoing of songbirds singing through the trees. And you continue to follow the glow, curious where the glow is going to lead you, whether it's somewhere you can get to on foot, but feeling an almost compulsion to want to continue on this quest, to find that dream catcher. And as you continue through the woodland, so the day continues to get later and later. Gradually, afternoon approaches. You decide to stop and have something to eat. You light a small fire, cook yourself some food, sitting on a log by that fire, before continuing on your journey. And you notice, as afternoon moves to early evening, that the glow remains and is now more visible as the sun is beginning to set. And in the distance, you see the lights of a cabin. You decide to head towards the cabin to see if they'd let you spend the night somewhere dry and warm. And as you approach the cabin, so you smell the sweet scent of different herbs and spices. At the cabin door you knock, and you wait. And after a few moments, a small, hunched-over elderly man with a long grey beard, a very toothy smile, and a pair of thin, wide-rimmed spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, answers the door. And with an incredibly friendly voice, and perhaps over-enthusiastic, they invite you in. And inside their cabin, the fire is crackling comfortably in the fireplace, the warmth permeating the space with the most gentle, comfortable, cozy glow. A small ginger cat resting on a sheepskin rug in front of the fire, softly purring or breathing in and out so delicately. You share your journey with this person and say that you are wondering if it would be okay to spend the night somewhere dry and warm. And this person says that that would be fine. They'll make up the spare room. And they make you a drink and suggest you sit by the fire for a while. Before they disappear off, you hear them pottering around. And as they potter around out of sight, you hear them mumbling away to themselves. And they come back in, and they sit down opposite you. They tell you that's all done, it's all set up. You ask them who they are and what they do, and they explain that they're a herbalist. They mix herbs and spices and other ingredients to get curious and healing effects. You explain about the mask and even show the mask. And they take the mask from you. And they try the mask on and nothing happens to them. They get no experience at all. And they hand the mask back. But you feel there's a certain energy with this mask. And you gaze up from the chair and look out the window, and you can see that glow out of the window. The glow you've been following. And you ask the herbalist what they can see out the window. And they just say that all they can see is a darkening woodland. And they can't notice this light you speak of. They offer to make you some food. They head off to the kitchen to do that. And while they're in the kitchen, preparing some food, you stand up with your drink. You walk around and take a look at their bookshelves, reading the titles of the books, placing that cup down and occasionally picking up and putting back different books, picking a book up, flicking through, looking at the contents, perhaps reading a few pages, putting it back, picking another book and doing the same. And as you look at those different books, you eventually begin to smell the cooked food. The herbalist lets you know that dinner's ready. And you sit down at a dining room table and continue talking as you both enjoy that food. The herbalist says they don't get many guests out here. They rarely see people. But they enjoy their time alone. They enjoy this place out here in the woods. And after eating, you settle down for a bit longer, reading in front of the fire, before saying you're going to head to bed. And they show you to the room they've prepared. You head into that room. The smell of fresh bedding. You sit down on that most cozy and comfortable bed and prepare yourself to settle down for the night, wrapping yourself so comfortably within the sheets on the bed, and drifting and floating deeply asleep. And as you drift and float deeply and peacefully asleep, so your mind wanders to thoughts about that mask, those who perhaps made the mask, wondering whether the voice that you heard could be the owner of the mask. And you drift into the most pleasant dreams before passing into the most comfortable, deep, recuperative sleep. And the next morning you awaken to the clattering sound from the kitchen and the gentle glow of light through the curtains into the bedroom, and the scent of the most beautifully cooked breakfast. You head out of the bedroom, you enjoy some breakfast and thank your host for letting you stay the night before continuing on your journey. And you're surprised to see that that glowing light is still outside the cabin. And you follow that light, initially deeper and deeper into the woodland, as the woodland gets darker and darker the deeper you go. But then the woodland begins to thin out, and the weather today is so dry and clear. You head out of that woodland, finding yourself heading through another meadow, following that light, heading towards a valley and some cliffs that line that valley. And you follow the light along the edge of a cliff, having to work your way through the trees that are at the base of the cliff. And you find your way to a cave, and the light passes into that cave. And you head into that cave. The gentle echoing sound of wind reverberating within this cave. And you don't need a torch of any kind, because that glowing light lights your way, even though you know no one else seems to be able to see it. And this cave opens up into a vast chamber And around the walls of the chamber, you see different cave art. You see outlines of hands, painted figures, painted animals, what looks like figures engaged in different rituals. And those figures look like they have masks on, although they're just basically drawn. There's a line, like a separation in front of the faces of many of the figures. And then there's something that looks like a spider's web painted onto the wall. And you continue to follow the glowing light. And it takes you right to one specific spot at the back of this chamber. And you go to that spot and find that there's a cavity. And you reach in with an arm and pull out a box from within that cavity. You carefully open the box, and inside the box you see what looks like the dream catcher in such good condition. And you feel a tingling from that mask, even though it's in your backpack. There's a tingling seeming to reverberate as if it's vibrating within your backpack. And so you take it out of your backpack and feel compelled to place it on your face. And as you do, you hear that voice again. And the world shifts around you. You hear the sound of drumming. You hear the crackling of a fire. As you look through the mask, around you, it appears like there's a tribe of people dancing around a fire wearing those masks. There's a dream catcher hung up near the fire, and it seems to be catching the sparks which find their way up into the air from that fire. And the voice in your mind talks about that dream catcher and the ritual and the masks, and how the masks allow you to access an altered plane of reality. And the dream catcher then captures the negativity from that other level of reality and holds onto that negativity so that you can live without it. They explain that it takes on the negativity of negative thoughts and ideas that come to mind. It takes on doubt. And it holds on to all that for you so that you can be free of it to live your life. But it was important that the masks and the dream catcher should be buried together. but they had been separated from their tribe, and their mask had ended up elsewhere. But now's the time to be able to return that mask. And a glow of light appears in the center of this chamber. And a voice says that's where to bury the mask and the dream catcher. And you remove some stones that seem to be piled up in that center location. And with your hands you carefully dig down a little way into the mud. You notice there are many masks carefully laid atop each other, and the voice in your mind tells you that these masks were placed here, awaiting this final mask before the dream catcher is also buried with them. And then all that negativity gets buried and freed from the world, so that it won't infect anyone else's mind. And their spirit can then rest. And you take the mask off. You place the mask down in the same pattern as the other masks. You then place the dream catcher on top, carefully reburying, placing the stones on top as you found them. The light now faded. Silence within this chamber. Knowing you've helped bring peace and close a chapter on a very old story. And feeling like a weight is lifted from your shoulders in some way, and a connection deeper than you could ever understand has been formed. You find your way out of the chamber, out of the cave, and begin making your journey back the way you came. You stop once more at the herbalist's cabin. You explain the experience you'd had, the journey you'd been on. They tell you they think they have a book of ancient history of the area that perhaps talks about that tribe. And as they make some food and drink, you settle down and read that book, learning more about the tribe and making a note to want to learn even more in the future. You spend another night at this cabin before continuing your journey all the way back to that meadow, and then making your journey home the next day. And once home, you write down a few notes of the experience you've had, what you've got still to learn, some key points of what you would like to look up and research. And feeling a deep sense of peace and calm. That night, feeling good to be back home, you settle down in bed. and drifting into the most pleasant dreams and the deepest of sleep. You drift and float, peacefully asleep, into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10. As I count, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. 10, and while I count, you can imagine a healing light softly passing through your body, healing and relaxing the muscles, gently calming the mind, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw and the temple and your forehead, smoothing, calming, relaxing those muscles so peacefully. 9. As that relaxation works its way around your neck, around the back of your head, around your jaw, tingling gently with peace and comfort. And with each out breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know whether you relax deeper to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. That's 8. As that relaxation moves down from your neck, along your shoulders, down around the upper back, around your chest and down into those arms. And I wonder which arm will relax the fastest as you continue to drift and float deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. As the relaxation continues moving down those arms towards those fingertips. 7. The arms can perhaps feel heavier or lighter, or maybe some other sensation as they drift deeper and deeper. 6. As the relaxation reaches the fingertips, bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort, and then begins to move down from your chest, your upper back, moving that relaxation down the sides of your body and deep within you. 5. Moving that relaxation down towards your stomach, your lower back, your lower side, softening, relaxing deeper and deeper. 4. Moving that relaxation down around your bottom, around your legs, carefully moving the relaxation down towards your feet. 3. Moving that relaxation all the way down those legs, deeper and deeper down, and perhaps those legs begin to feel heavier as they relax deeper, as the whole of your mind and body drifts deeper and deeper relaxed, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm. Taking you to a place in your mind where you can drift deeper and deeper asleep so easily and effortlessly, where your mind can be so calm and peaceful. Sleep just seems to draw you in, where your mind slows right down. That's it, all the way to, as the relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around your ankles and deep down into your feet. And 1. Feeling the relaxation passing through your whole body like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift almost into its own reverie before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move into the story, so you can sleep deeply, sleep soundly, and sleep well all night long. That's it. And as you drift comfortably asleep, so you have a sense of relaxing by a stream. And as you relax by that stream, your dog comes along and rests beside you. And with just a minimal gesture, they snuggle up next to you. You rest an arm around them, gently stroking them. And that relaxed stroking is almost like a sign giving them permission to rest, just as you can give yourself permission to rest and relax deeply and comfortably. And you find yourself lost in thought as you gaze out across the stream. And there are ducks tootling along that stream, and occasional sticks floating past, and some leaves drifting like boats on that stream, bobbing up and down on those small waves. The sound of the stream bubbling along the bank, the breeze blowing so comfortably, so relaxed. And you notice in the distance the sight of some clouds approaching and you're aware that rain will be there shortly. So you set up a tent. And your dog and yourself settle down in that tent. And you zip up the tent just as the first drops of rain arrive. And that rain begins to pitter-patter down on the outside of the tent. The outside of the tent gently waving in the breeze. Sound of the rain increasing on the tent, bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort. And you're on a journey to deliver a message. There's no hurry for this journey. As long as you get to your destination, all you have to do is deliver the message to the right person in the right place. And it doesn't take long for your dog to fall asleep, as if they also find the sound of the rain deeply calming and relaxing. And you're in that tent for quite a while that you notice the light outside the tent fades through to night time. And as the light fades to night, so you drift deeper and deeper asleep. The warmth of the dog helping soothe your soul. And you can feel and hear its breathing as you relax deeper and deeper down into the most pleasant night's sleep. And while you drift and gently sleep, certain thoughts and ideas come to mind. You have ideas about what it would be like to live on Mars in some kind of a future habitat where when you gaze up you see this giant dome overhead. Would it be filled with trees and other nature, similar to what you find on Earth, and under the slightly different gravity? What difference will that make to how those trees and plants grow? And how about to the sensation of walking on Mars? And you're curious what the temperature would be within a Martian habitat. And what it would be like to be on Mars, looking back towards the Earth and seeing the Earth in the sky, in the same way that you could now sit outside, gaze up into the sky and see Mars. And you drift from these dreams into a deep and healing recuperative sleep. And at some point during your sleep, the rain fades and comes to a halt. The breeze calms down. and there's stillness beyond the tent. And in the morning, you awaken to the sounds of songbirds and your dog wanting to go out of the tent. You unzip the tent, and the dog runs out, and you instantly smell that smell of wet ground from the rain the night before. The damp grass smell, mixed with the scent of that stream and the sound of the flowing water. And as you gaze around you, you notice within the meadow that hugs this stream is the most beautiful white horse. And you watch for a while as that white horse just grazes. You don't know where this white horse has come from. But you know that this is an area of wild horses. And so you wonder whether that white horse is a wild horse. And you have yourself some breakfast and pack everything away, ready to continue on your journey to deliver that letter. And you head over to the horse, and it appears to be wild, and so you approach very slowly, stop and wait, giving it an opportunity to recognize and notice you. Then your dog follows a few paces behind and sits patiently. And the horse continues grazing, and then raises its head and walks a little closer, and continues grazing, and you walk a little closer to the horse, and you keep your head down, and eventually the horse comes to you. You gently touch the side of its neck in a very calm yet firm way, and as you touch the side of its neck, you feel a deep connection between the two of you. You feel your breathing shifting to be in time with the horse's breathing, and the horse seems to notice that as well. And it doesn't take long before you're able to climb onto the horse, and with the slightest of nudges, you continue your journey on horseback, with your dog walking alongside you, occasionally running off into the undergrowth, and then coming back and joining you, running off ahead a little way, sniffing around, exploring, stopping and waiting, and then returning to your side. As you walk along very slowly on horseback, looking around you, taking in the environment, just enjoying, relaxing on your journey. Feeling the warmth of that horse beneath you, hearing its breathing, feeling the movement of the horse. You continue on through most of the day, and you don't even stop when you get out the map and check the map to make sure you're still on track. And so it isn't until the early evening, and the horse has occasionally slowed down, put its head in the ground, eaten some grass. But once you're ready, and you think the horse has eaten enough, just giving the slightest nudge has encouraged it to continue on. And you've been in the most pleasant rhythm all day long. And now you're ready to stop and rest and eat and set up camp for the night. And so you set up camp on the edge of a tree line between a meadow and the trees. And the horse just grazes nearby. And it's not tied up or anything, it's free to come or go. It can stay if it wants to, it can walk off if it wants to. And your dog continues to keep you company. And you rest in your tent, enjoying some food in the entrance to the tent, enjoying a warm drink, and your dog enjoys some food. And you decide to go and pick some more food before it gets totally dark, and so you don't walk too far from the camp, just exploring the bit of woodland near the clearing, and wandering down through that clearing, picking some flowers and some pleasant smelling herbs. And you pick some mushrooms from within the woodland. You gather it all up. You place it all into a pot. You seal that pot. And you don't need it for tonight, but you got it ready for the morning. And once again you sit as the sun sets, and you rest while the fire burns down to embers. You can smell the scent of the fire, feel the warmth of the fire. Feel how that seems to be relaxing so deeply and calmly within you. That it seems to bring peace deep down to your core. And when your eyes are ready to close, you settle down to sleep once more, your dog resting beside you, both drifting pleasantly asleep. And when you awaken in the morning, you make yourself some breakfast and you make a soup with the ingredients you found the night before. You mix that all up in a bowl, and it smells so incredible that your mouth gently salivates, and the scent seems to bring you a deep sense of peace and calm. And once it seems to have cooked and thickened, you have a couple of spoonfuls of that soup, and you can feel the soup as it passes into your mouth, down your throat, and warms within your body, seeming to warm and tingle out to the tips of your fingers and the tips of your toes. Tingling, buzzing so pleasantly into your brain, softening and relaxing through your body. And you can feel that deep relaxation being caused by the soup. And your dog rests beside you. And then you notice the strangest of things. That when the dog goes to bark, instead of barking, it talks and you can understand it. And the dog asks you if you're okay, and you answer saying that you are. That you seem to have a strange experience where it's as if you can understand what they're saying, and you're responding to your dog, unsure whether the experience is real, but just treating it as if it is. And as you begin to talk with them, they engage you in conversation. And they explain that they could smell that the mushrooms you'd picked were a specific type of mushroom that creates altered states. And perhaps, when cooked, that altered state connects you with a consciousness that allows you to somehow understand the dog. And the dog shares how much they enjoy your company, how they like going out on these journeys with you. They get excitement from being able to run around and explore places they've never been before, or the different scents in those places, that they can follow the different scents around, like ribbons weaving through trees. And you wonder how long this effect will last. You have to continue on your journey, so you pack everything away, still feeling slightly like you're in an altered state and still being able to understand your dog. And the horse is still in the meadow, and so you gently call over to it to get its attention. And it acknowledges you, and you realize you can understand the horse too. And you walk over to the horse, and the horse walks to you. And the horse is more than happy to carry you on the journey. And as you continue on the journey, so you have conversations with the dog and the horse about their different experiences of reality. And they both have very different types of experiences. The dog doesn't see things the way you do, and it smells significantly more. And the horse sees things differently. And so you start to understand the world from these different perspectives. And you continue this journey, eventually reaching a road, and following that road down towards a town. And the horses' hooves change how they sound as they go from walking on the grass and mud to walking on the stony ground. And you dismount in the town. You walk through that town, over a stone bridge across the centre of town, where a river passes through this town. And there are people milling around and markets, different scents of different herbs and spices. And you head through to a specific building. You knock on the door of that building. You hear the latch go and the door creak open, and you're greeted by somebody who looks a lot like a wizard, and they invite you in. And you and your dog head into their home, and the door closes behind you. And in the main room are walls of old books, piled floor to ceiling, and a deep scent of old book smell, and a stillness to the air. And sound almost seems muted as it's absorbed by all the fabrics and the books. And they direct you to a seat, the most comfortable looking sofa. And you relax down on the seat, and your dog relaxes on the floor, keeping itself a little closer to a crackling log fire. And the wizard sits down on an armchair opposite, and you hand them the letter, and they place that down beside them. They offer to make you a drink. They pour themselves and yourself a drink. They say that they'll open the letter in a little bit. They'd like to hear your journey, how far you've come, what you've experienced. And they listen for a little while, and you're curious about the letter. And they open and read the letter, and they share that this letter is a letter about a magical spell that can be used to help to bring peace and comfort to people. They really want this spell to be within their collection, and the message with this spell is just saying about how it's from one wise person to another. And it had been hand copied from an older document. And they begin to explain a little bit about magic. And as the sun is setting outside, so the room, which is already dim, is getting darker. So they light a few candles, and the candles flicker around the room, shadows dancing from the corner of your eye. Your dog has fallen asleep in front of the fire, and you feel tired and deeply rested on that sofa. And it doesn't take long for you to feel that your eyes want to close. And so you say that you should perhaps Go and find somewhere to rest for the night. Maybe check in at the local inn. And the wizard says, no, don't be stupid. You can spend the night here. And they show you through a door to a staircase leading upstairs. And your dog opens its eyes and follows. And you ascend a spiral staircase to a room with what looks like the comfiest of beds. They say that they'll make you breakfast in the morning. Just tap your head a couple of times on the pillow, the number of times for the hour you want to wake, and you'll wake perfectly fine at that time, feeling deeply refreshed and revitalized. And you climb into the bed, reading for a little while before resting yourself down, tapping your head 7 times on the pillow. The 7th time sends you into the deepest, most pleasant sleep. Then you drift and float peacefully asleep. And while you drift and float asleep, so you have the most relaxing dreams. You dream of wandering over undulating hills. You dream of exploring strange lands. You dream of travelling on a sailing boat through the lunar sea. May you explore the possibilities here and watch the way the moon's light reflects across the waves. You dream about passing through lunacy to a distant magical island where, climbing off the boat onto the shore, you land on the shore with a splash, and each step through the sandy shore splashes beneath your feet as if the sand is water, and yet it's dry like sand, has the texture of sand, but each step is a splash. And when you touch the trees, they wobble like jelly. And birds fly, flapping their wings backwards. And their chirps are made with inhalations rather than exhalations. And the stars overhead twinkle and pulse in unusual rhythms. And the glowing sheets of light flap like curtains in a breeze, almost ethereal, and begin to reach down towards the land, with the light dancing across the plants, bringing life to the landscape. And at the deepest point in the night, when the sky is darkest, the trees open their eyes, the grasses come to life, the plants mix and mingle and chat, And then by the morning, they all go back to sleep. And as the sun rises, the island looks like any other island. And you drift and dream these curious dreams as the night continues on. And in the morning you're awoken to the most pleasant smell of food being cooked downstairs. You head downstairs to see that wizard in the kitchen and the food that they've prepared. And you sit down and enjoy that food. And you ask if you can take a look at their books and see their collection. And after eating, they show you their collection of books. Old magic books, curious stories, books about adventures and strange encounters, and a long-lost history of the wild, unknown to most mortals nowadays. And after you've looked around their library of books and enjoyed that breakfast, you know you have to make your journey home. And so with your dog you set off. You begin to walk the journey home, and you're not far out of town when you spy the horse, who trots over to you. You realise you still seem to be able to talk to and understand animals, and they talk back and forth with you. And you climb up onto the horse. You make your journey towards your home. You head along through the meadow. You take a journey into and through some woodland, heading out across another meadow, following the edge of a river. And you're curious how long this connection to the animals will last. And you're also curious about the magic contained within the wizard's shelves. And eventually you find your way back to your hometown. And the horse continues the journey all the way with you. And they say they're happy to join you and to live with you in your land that you have. And as you work mainly as a courier, travelling messages here and there, and you've always been happy to just walk wherever, taking your time to go from A to B at a leisurely pace where you can really enjoy the journey, where you can ponder your own thoughts rather than rushing from place to place and missing the journey in between. and everything it is that you can learn from that journey, really slowing life down to enjoy the finer things in life, the little things in life, just those moments between what people normally pay attention to. Where you really feel a sense of discovery, where you find calmness and peace in travelling from place to place, in the stillness between the places. But you're happy to do so on horseback, as long as the horse is okay with you taking your time. You don't take on any job that requires you to rush. Just jobs where the person sending a message says it doesn't matter exactly how long it takes you to deliver this, as long as it gets to its destination. And yet you always like the idea of returning home to your own sanctuary, your own safe space, your own little bit of the world, set up and designed how you want it to be, where you can deeply relax. And so now you enjoy being back home. You enjoy a comfortable meal, and then relaxing out the back of your home on a swinging bench, looking over land, watching as the sun sets, listening to the sounds around you, feeling a deep sense of peace, curiosity at what future missions you might be sent on, never knowing where you're going to explore from day to day. And then as the night continues on and tiredness creeps in, you head back into your property, you head up to bed. You sit in bed for a while, your dog climbing up on the bed and settling down on the end of the bed. You read a book for a little while, absorbing yourself in the story in the book, following someone else's journey for a while. And the whole time you're reading, so your eyes get heavier and heavier, until eventually you put a bookmark into the book. You rest that down beside you. You snuggle yourself down under the covers, tuck yourself in warmly and comfortably, and you begin to drift asleep. And as you drift asleep, so your mind wanders and dreams, and takes some time to stroll through different dreams towards deep, healing, recuperative sleep, cycling through deep, recuperative sleep and dreaming through the night, as you easily and effortlessly drift soundly and peacefully asleep all night long into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10. As I count, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. 10, and while I count, you can imagine a healing light softly passing through your body, healing and relaxing the muscles, gently calming the mind, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw and the temple and your forehead, smoothing, calming, relaxing those muscles so peacefully. 9. As that relaxation works its way around your neck, around the back of your head, around your jaw, tingling gently with peace and comfort. And with each out breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know whether you relax deeper to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. That's it. 8. As that relaxation moves down from your neck, along your shoulders, down around the upper back, around your chest and down into those arms. And I wonder which arm will relax the fastest as you continue to drift and float deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. As the relaxation continues moving down those arms towards those fingertips. 7. The arms can perhaps feel heavier or lighter, or maybe some other sensation as they drift deeper and deeper. 6. As the relaxation reaches the fingertips, bring a deep sense of peace and comfort, and then begins to move down from your chest, your upper back, moving that relaxation down the sides of your body and deep within you. 5. Moving that relaxation down towards your stomach, your lower back, your lower side, softening, relaxing deeper and deeper. 4. Moving that relaxation down around your bottom, around your legs, carefully moving the relaxation down towards your feet. 3. Moving that relaxation all the way down those legs, deeper and deeper down, and perhaps those legs begin to feel heavier as they relax deeper, as the whole of your mind and body drifts deeper and deeper relaxed, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm. Taking you to a place in your mind where you can drift deeper and deeper asleep so easily and effortlessly, where your mind can be so calm and peaceful. Sleep just seems to draw you in, where your mind slows right down. That's it, all the way to, as the relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around your ankles and deep down into your feet. And one, feeling the relaxation passing through your whole body like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift almost into its own reverie before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move into the story, so you can sleep deeply, sleep soundly, and sleep well all night long. That's it. And as you continue drifting deeper and deeper asleep, you can have a sense of resting under a tree in a meadow, gazing out across that meadow, feeling the texture of the bark of the tree against your back. And while you rest there, feeling deeply relaxed, listening to the sounds of birds, watching butterflies flitting from plant to plant, hearing the rustling leaves of the tree overhead, so you can feel a deep sense of peace and gratitude for where you are, the experience that you're having. You have this sense of time beginning to pass, and as you rest there, deeply relaxed, you pick up the cup of drink beside you, feeling the weight of that cup, the size of that cup in your hand, and how you choose to hold the cup as you raise it up towards your mouth. Feeling the slight movement of the cup as the liquid within the cup shifts and moves while it moves towards your mouth. Feeling the temperature of the cup through your hand and the temperature of the liquid as you begin drinking, the sensation of the lip of the cup on your lips, and the sensation of the liquid as it passes into your mouth, down your throat, calming, relaxing you deeper and deeper into the experience. And although you have this sense of time passing, something feels slightly out of sync, as if the universal clock is moving faster than expected, yet you're remaining still in your bubble at your own speed. So from your perspective, it's as if everything around you begins to speed up, and your perception speeds up with it to help it still maintain a normal look. And yet you're aware that it's speeding up, and you're not, and the tree's not. The tree and you seem to be almost in a time bubble, watching time pass out there. And as you watch time passing, you see the sun passing across the sky. You watch as that sun begins to set. You light a candle beside you as you watch the world passing by, noticing the candlelight shimmering gently, its glow making shadows dance around, those stars twinkling in the night sky. You watch as deers enter the meadow, relax among the grass, then leave the meadow. The stars begin to fade as the morning light glows brighter and brighter, and a new day dawns. And while you rest here, on that grass beneath that tree, your back resting against the tree, drinking that drink, putting out the candlelight, you decide that perhaps you should investigate this time anomaly. Stand up, and you can see the gentle shimmering of the bubble that you're within as time continues passing outside this bubble, and it's giving you a chance to see and appreciate time as it passes. And you touch the edge of the bubble and you feel the sensation of the bubble under your fingertips. A slight tingling sensation, almost like there's energy contained within the bubble. That sensation like touching a soap bubble that doesn't pop. But as your fingers move along the bubble. So you begin to notice time shifting even more, like as a hand moves from left to right, time speeds up, and as a hand moves from right to left, time slows down. And if you move your hand far enough to the left, time begins to reverse. And you watch from within this bubble as you move your hand and time speeds up. And you watch spring progress into summer, summer progress into autumn, and autumn into winter, and back to spring. You watch the way the seasons change. The different life and activity in this meadow as those seasons change. The changing height of the sun, where it's lower in the sky as it approaches winter, and it begins raising again, being at its highest point in the summer. You see the different birds coming and going, different animals exploring the meadow. You see the night sky, auroras, the stars overhead, shooting stars, perhaps a comet travelling through the night sky. You feel a deep sense of curiosity with this experience. And now you know that you can control time, speeding it up in one direction or the other. You're also aware that you could move your hand swiping to a point where it isn't going in reverse and it isn't going forward, but slows right down to a stop. And you slow time right down to a stop. You see birds in formation hanging in the sky, clouds stuck in position. Any rustling of the leaves ceases. Grass stops swaying mid-sway. Perhaps you notice a rabbit halfway through a jump, or a squirrel leaping between one tree and the next, mid-flight. You're curious what it is you can learn from this experience of watching the world from within this bubble, and what it is you have to do to be able to leave this bubble. This bubble wasn't here when you sat down, and you don't know how this bubble formed. And you start the time moving again, watching as it ticks on, 1 second at a time, each second into the future. You hear the rustling of the leaves overhead as the wind softly blows a breeze. You stand up. You walk around the tree, touching the bark as you go, feeling the texture of that bark. You notice, as you stand under the centre of the tree looking up into the branches, that it looks like that bubble is emanating from within the tree, almost like a magnetic field emanates from a bar magnet. And you're curious whether you can stop that field so that you can leave from by the tree. As you climb up into the tree, and you find within the tree a small box wedged into a crook of the branches, and that small box has a gentle hum. And you pick the box up, you examine the box, you find a button on that box, and pressing that button stops the humming, but also makes the force field drop. And as the bubble fades away, so you descend back down the tree, and you've noticed that everything beyond the bubble has reset to the time it was in the same time period as the time of the tree. So the time within the bubble and the time outside the bubble seem to have reset to be the same. And you wander through the meadow, and as you walk through that meadow, feeling the grass underfoot, smelling the sweet scent of flowers, you want to know where that device came from. What triggered the device to make that bubble? And to explore the experience that you had, to try and process that. And as you walk through the meadow, so you can notice that this early morning, the drops of dew dotted among the fronds of grass. You hear the distant sound of ducks quacking to each other, and an even more distant sound of an early morning church bell. And you feel the warmth of the morning sun on your skin as the water begins evaporating from the grass, and the finest of mist tickles the tops of the grass. And you continue walking through this meadow, past some rabbits chewing on the grass. And as you continue walking, you find your way to the tree line. You begin to head into those trees, the sun continuing to rise. and the sun's light creeping through the trees, shards of light dancing delicately in the breeze. And as you walk among the trees, you feel yourself relaxing deeper and deeper. You feel the muscles around your face relaxing, your shoulders gently relaxing, as if the sound of the trees rustling around you, the scent of the undergrowth, the sounds of birds brings a deep sense of peace and relaxation to your mind and body, automatically and unconsciously. And you stop after a little while. You rest on a fallen down tree, which has left a slight clearing here among the trees. You get your cup and make yourself a drink, and while resting there, occasionally drifting into a reverie, you enjoy that drink. And you think that the sun's light, now golden, weaving its way through the branches, seems to almost shimmer and dance like candlelight as the wind continues to blow a breeze. And after relaxing for a little while here, you continue on your journey, walking deeper and deeper into this woodland. Each step so rhythmic, calming, the sound of the footsteps on the undergrowth, the rustling of leaves overhead, the movement of your body as you walk and weave around and among the trees. The environment seeming to bring a deep sense of peace and calm to your body as your mind begins to relax deeper and deeper into the experience. And as you continue relaxing deeper, so you start to see what looks like an orb weaving among the trees in the distance, and with curiosity you quietly head towards that orb, walking slowly, a very measured kind of way. The closer you get, the more you see that orb looks like a small sprite that just seems to be glowing so bright. You can hear its wings buzzing as they flap so fast behind its back. And that sprite sees you and stops flying around and heads towards you, settles down on a branch near you. They introduce themselves as being a nature spirit. They head around among the trees. They look after this environment. They protect the environment from any trouble. They're curious who you are, why you're here, and you explain about that box and about the shift in time and how that box seemed to have been triggered in some way. And this nature spirit says that they think they know how the box was triggered, but they don't know where the box came from. And they explain that the most likely explanation for the box being triggered is perhaps an overexcitable squirrel which may have leapt onto the box, pressing the button that powers it, turning that bubble on. But they still don't know where it came from, or how long that was sitting in the tree. They then say that perhaps you should continue on, continue through this woodland, and as the woodland shifts and changes, so you'll learn more about yourself, about this place, and about time, and how all things are connected in their own way, and answers can be found. And so you continue on through the woodland, and as you continue on, so the sun continues to pass across the sky, and while it passes across the sky, and the shards of light penetrating the canopy overhead move and shift across the ground. So you notice a change in the trees, that there are now more pine trees around you, and you can smell that strong pine scent and feel the sticky sap as you touch the branches of those trees. And you find your way through this woodland until you manage to exit this woodland into a whole new meadow. Then you walk through this meadow as the sun is just beginning to set. And you head down towards a stream that you can see cutting through the landscape, the setting sun glistening across the surface of the water, the trickling sound of the water. You set up camp beside the stream, that fresh scent of the water wafting up to your nostrils. You light a campfire. You enjoy something to eat and drink. You watch as the light of the fire dances before you, shimmers on the surface of the water, crackles, makes shadows leap around. Cool air wrapping itself around your skin, breathing that in and out. Before you settle back into a tent and the fire burns down to embers and is just glowing ever so slightly with the most comfortable warmth, and you drift and float peacefully asleep while the sides of the tent gently undulate in the buffeting breeze, while you listen to the water trickling past, guiding you to sleep, almost as if it's washing away your worries and anxieties. And while you relax and drift and dream, you dream of being in a bubble, and being in a bubble that's within a collection of billions of other bubbles, and each bubble is like its own universe, as if space is filled with bubbles, and each bubble is a universe of its own. And so you have space within space within space. And within your universe, you can explore a myriad of planets around an almost infinite number of stars. And you can see the impossibilities of any existence of any one thing when there's so many options. The impossibilities of two lovers meeting. And yet, these impossibilities occur. And within your bubble, you focus your consciousness on one point, and you find yourself drawn to a strange new world. And as you settle on that world, and you begin to explore, you're aware you're now just a tiny speck, deep within a bubble within bubbles, surrounded by more bubbles. Just one speck on one planet, around one star, circling one galaxy, in one universe of many. And although you feel small here, you're aware of your connection, the thread that weaves through you all things and connects all the universes. Even though consciously, you'll never be able to understand all of that. It's just something that you're grateful for. That deep inner knowledge and wisdom. The unknowing knowing. And as you explore this place, you meet curious creatures you've never seen before. You see mushrooms that glow and sparkle in the breeze. You watch as an unusual toad-like creature leaps through the grass of this meadow, leaving behind a trail of light, before diving into a pond. And as it passes through the water, so it leaves a trail like a rainbow behind. Wrapped in bubbles, it swims deeper and deeper into that pond. And you drift and dream from one dream to another, processing your experience, wrapping your mind around the experience, like wrapping paper around a present, learning deeply, so profoundly, before exploring a dream meadow full of fireflies dancing among grasses, weaving off into the trees, seeming to signal to each other with their light, watching as a young unicorn wanders out from the trees into the meadow and tentatively feeds on the grass. And you watch that unicorn under the blue nighttime light, the silvery light of the moon's glow, bathing that unicorn as it feeds. And then you watch the unicorn as it heads over to a tree, a grand old oak tree. And on the ground beneath the tree is a broken branch from the tree, and the unicorn seems to be standing on the edge of that branch while tapping away at it with its horn. And it taps away at that old branch with its horn. It seems to be carving the old branch. And you watch, and you watch, until after some time, the unicorn stops, reaches down and picks up what it's just carved, trots over to you, and drops what looks just like that box at your feet. And you pick that up, and somehow you know, you understand that this is your answer. Your unconscious has solved the riddle and shared the answer with you as to where the box came from. And this world fades away as you drift deeper and deeper asleep, drifting from dreaming sleep into deep, recuperative, healing sleep, into a dreamless, pleasant sleep, continuing to drift and dream, and then dream and drift, cycling through stages of sleep, until eventually you awaken in the morning to the sound of the stream and the glow of the light through the tent. And when you awaken and open the tent and feel the cool air, you relight the fire. You feel a deep sense of relaxation passing through your body. You cook yourself something to eat. You warm up a drink. You take that cup in your hands and bring that drink to your mouth. You drink that drink and feel deeply relaxed. Then you rest there in the morning, preparing yourself for the journey ahead. You decide that you're going to follow the stream. So after your drink, you pack everything away. You walk along the side of the stream. And as you walk along the side of the stream, so it flows into a larger river. And the river gets wider and wider. And you continue along the edge of this river, the sound of the water keeping you company as you go. Clouds passing overhead. And while walking, you feel like there's a presence around you, someone watching over you, or perhaps something. And then in a tree you spy a wise owl, and the wise owl greets you and talks to you about the journey you're on, and seems to know about the dreams that you had. It supports you in better understanding your discovery. And you continue walking along, and the owl for a time flies alongside you, flying much faster than you're walking, so it often flies and circles round as it talks. It then lands in trees and then flies and circles round. And you stop from time to time. You watch as the sun's light twinkles and sparkles on the rippling water of the river. You see some ravens perched in trees, walking around on the grass. You watch one raven as it uses a stick to pluck something from the river. You spot out the corner of your eye a random four-leaf clover among the grass, and pick that four-leaf clover, feeling that it's lucky. Place that within your pocket. And the landscape begins to open up wider and wider. The river leads into a vast lake, and as you gaze out across this lake, under the warmth of the afternoon sun, so you can see a sailboat out on the lake, gliding around on the water. You can feel the warmth of that light on your cheeks, and when you close your eyes and face the sun, so it feels like that soothing light is passing its healing energy through you with each breath that you take, as if the healing, soothing light is pulsing and flowing within you, deeper and deeper, more relaxed with each moment. And you sit on the edge of this lake for a while, just resting on the grass, water lapping so gently on the shore, exploring the environment. The owl landing near you, talking to you, educating you, sharing its wisdom. And in this environment, you feel a deep sense of safety, security, and curiosity. You decide as the sun begins to set, just to stay rested here. Set up your tent here. You light a fire. You make yourself a drink and enjoy that drink. As you gaze out across the lake, so thoughts drift and float through your mind, like waves drifting across the lake. You hear the nighttime sounds set in. You begin to have a sense that this is like a sanctuary, a safe haven for you, somewhere you can relax, somewhere that can feel so peaceful and calm and like home, as if there's something magical about being out in nature. Distant trees, leaves rustling gently in the breeze, lying back on the grass, watching the stars twinkling overhead, eyes adapting to the dark and seeing the dusty stretch of the Milky Way arching overhead. The occasional shooting star fizzing past. The sounds of the wildlife. Off in the distance, some settling down, some waking up. Feeling deeper relaxed with every moment. Gaining a greater sense and understanding of that object in the tree. Having a sense as you gaze up at the stars that that is where it came from, that it's a very unique item, and you don't exactly know how it got in the tree. Perhaps it got lost and it was a chance encounter, and it was just luck that you happened to stumble across it. And you can hear out on the lake the splashing of a duck, the occasional sound of ducks quacking. And as the moon rises in the sky, so its silvery light dances across the surface of the water, and you head to bed in the tent, And you feel so fortunate to be able to have this time to explore nature, from that tree to here, to be able to give this time to yourself, to your own inner discovery and well-being, to being able to follow curiosity and explore the wonders of the world, and explore the pleasant thoughts that can come to mind. And the later it gets, the more you decide to settle back into the tent once more. And settling back in the tent, you relax down so incredibly comfortably, and you drift and float so deeply, so profoundly asleep, drifting and floating, deeply asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10 in the background. And while I count down from 10, you can have a sense of a healing light passing slowly and softly through your body, healing and softening the muscles, and calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw, relaxing those muscles around your temple and your forehead, gently smoothing those muscles out, calming, softening, so peaceful. Nine, just allowing that relaxation to slowly work its way around the back of your head, relaxing down the back of your neck, perhaps tingling so gently with peace and comfort. And with each out-breath that you take, you can perhaps find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And as you relax deeper and deeper asleep, I don't know whether it's the sound of my voice that helps you drift deeper asleep, or whether it's the spaces between my words. Eight. And as that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within you, drifting, floating deeper and more peacefully relaxed. Seven, that relaxation can move down those arms, around your shoulders and your shoulder blades. Softening and relaxing the muscles. Perhaps making those arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, just as the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation moving down those arms, it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing a deep sense of comfort and peace to those fingers. 5. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back, then deep within you. And the relaxation can continue to move down to your stomach, your lower sides and your lower back, softening, relaxing, so calmly as a mind and body. 4. With the relaxation moving down around your bottom and around your legs, carefully moving down towards your feet. 3. Moving all the way down those legs, deeper and deeper, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where sleep seems to just draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. Two, as that relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around the ankles and down into the feet. 1, feeling that relaxation as it flows through your whole body like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift almost into its own reverie before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well all night long. And in this sleep story, you're walking through an orchard at twilight, hearing the dull thud of each footstep on the soil beneath your feet. And the soft rustling of the leaves on the trees as the wind calmly blows a breeze. Noticing the air cooling as the sun sets, and the way the sky is changing colour from blue through to shades of purple, then reds and oranges, before all colour drains out of the sky, leaving behind the most beautiful dusting of stars dancing gently overhead on a moonless night. And you continue walking, songs of the birds all but gone, now replaced by the chirping of crickets as they rub their wings together, the song calmly rising and falling, almost undulating on the breeze as crickets' chirps drift in and out of synchrony. And after a while of walking through the fresh, cool countryside air, you could notice the lights of your cabin gradually come into view. And the more inky black the clear sky gets, the cooler the air gets. And although calming and beautiful outside at night time, you look forward to getting into the warmth of your cabin. And as you approach the cabin, you reach a gate into your garden. You unlatch the gate. You swing the gate gently open, turning as you pass through the gate, and carefully closing it behind you. Walking through the garden and up a step to your front door. You carefully fumble around in your pockets with cold fingers for your keys, feeling the metal of the keys and instinctively working the keys into position in your fingers, even as you're pulling the keys from your pocket, ready to open the front door. fingers slightly numb as they grip the key, jabbing and scraping around the lock slightly clumsily, until the key finds the keyhole and slides in, feeling the sensation of that key entering the door in small jumps as the serrated edge of the key pushes and works its way past the lock pins until it's fully embraced by the lock. You turn the key, unlocking the door, before twisting the handle, slowly opening the door and instantly feeling the warmth from within the cabin, wafting out from the gentle glow to greet your face, like a pet being excited about your arrival home. You place your keys into a small pot beside the front door. You take off your shoes, placing them down against the wall by the door. Shimmy your way out of your jacket, twisting it around and hanging it among a few other jackets on a hook, about head height on the wall by the front door, and walk from the entrance space across the soft, thick, warm carpet towards the kitchen area. And in the kitchen area, you fill the kettle with enough water for a single drink. Turn the kettle on and head over to the fireplace, placing a couple of logs into the fireplace and poking at the calming, glowing embers, enticing them to dance up to the logs. You watch as a few of the embers take hold of the log, and the fire begins to slowly crackle to life. As the kettle begins to bubble loudly behind you in the kitchen, before switching itself off. And you head back through to the kitchen, pour yourself a hot drink and decide to sit for a moment in the chair beside the fire, drinking the drink before making dinner. And you sink into that most comfortable chair, wrapping your hands around the mug, feeling the warmth permeating your palms and fingertips as you move the mug slowly and carefully towards your mouth, your out-breaths encouraging a stream of warm water vapor to rise up and linger on your cheeks. And with each sip of the drink, you can feel the warmth of the liquid travelling down into your body, warming your body and calming your muscles. Your breathing slowing as you relax deeper and deeper without even trying. And once you feel that your hands have warmed up nicely, and you've drunk a little of that warm drink, you place the mug down next to an old novel on a small coffee table beside you. You pick up the novel, feeling the texture of the cover between your fingertips, the weight of the novel in your hand, getting a slight hint of the old book smell lingering under your nose. You turn to your bookmarked page and decide to read a few chapters as you finish your drink before making your dinner. And with each sip of your drink, you can have a sense of its healing power, warming and calming your mind and body. Then you open the book and begin to read. And it only takes a few pages of reading for you to find yourself deeply absorbed in the story once again. Almost as if you start off consciously reading, paying attention to each word, and then at some unknown point, you become one with the story. You no longer feel like you're reading, but rather you're experiencing the story as it unfolds, discovering that it's just unfolding automatically around you, with your mind playing out the story, almost as if it's a real experience. And the story is about a princess who drank a magical potion which they believed would make others see them how they see themselves. The princess felt that others didn't take her seriously. All they saw was a privileged child, someone who didn't understand the world, and although now a young adult, they're still treated like a child. She feels that she presents ideas to people and they almost seem to humour her. They listen and then metaphorically pat her on the head and tell her what a good idea, before continuing on as if she hadn't said anything. She felt that whenever she shared her opinions and thoughts, that people just dismiss them as stupid or don't even listen in the first place. All she wants is to be heard and treated as an equal. After drinking the potion, she sets off on a journey from the palace to the town hall in the heart of the nearby city. Most of the duration of the journey is actually just travelling through the grounds of the palace. The palace is surrounded by vast swathes of meadows and woodland. It takes about half a day's travel by horse and carriage just to clear the palace grounds before passing through an ornate marble arch out onto the road to the city. The princess climbs into a glass carriage. Before the carriage pulls away from the palace, two horses pulling the carriage, clipping and clopping away from the palace and into the surrounding grounds. From within the carriage, the princess gazes out over the landscape, the rolling hills and meadows, the distant woodland, the most beautiful blue sky and occasional wispy clouds. A buzzard circling high overhead, catching an updraft of warm air. A family of deer chowing down on the meadow grasses. The soft scent of wild flowers working their way to the princess's nostrils, evoking happy memories of times long past. The carriage continues on through the palace grounds, as the sun continues on ambling across the sky. While the carriage gently rocks its way through the landscape, the princess turns away from the view to read a book for a time. She reads her favourite book, one which she has read dozens of times since childhood, about a snow angel. And snow angels are formed from the most delicate snowflakes, each flake resting gently on other flakes. And as they melt slightly when the sun is at just the right angle in the sky, the kind of angle which makes snow glisten and sparkle with magic, the tips of some of those unique and individual snowflakes melt together. And when this happens just right, the resulting structure begins to sparkle and glow with magic, and a small snow angel is born. And these snow angels have one purpose: to go throughout the land, whispering kind thoughts into the minds of children and adults who believe. They bring hope and joy to the minds of those they communicate with. The snow angel in this story was drawn to a princess who lived in a palace in the heart of a distant land. The princess felt alone, trapped by rules and the expectations others had on her. When her carriage would pass through the land, as her parents carried out their duty, she could see other children playing with each other, yet she'd never played with another child. She didn't know what that experience was like, and dreamt of being able to laugh and play like the children she saw. As the carriage passed through the town, she would hear children saying how much they would love to be a princess. She was here wishing to be like them, just as they were wishing to be like her. And one day this snow angel visited the princess. They shared thoughts of playing with other children. The princess became lost in the reverie playing out in her mind. And on waking from her reverie, she had a thought. She needed to have a party for her next birthday, and all of the children in the land should be invited. She asked her parents whether she could have a party, but they refused, telling her that she's a princess, she doesn't mix with those people. As she started to lose hope, the snow angel shared thoughts of a future where her parents will allow her to have the party. They just needed to know why this was important. The angel visited the parents as they slept and began to implant dreams of their daughter and of what would bring their daughter happiness, and how they can bring their daughter joy. The angel continued the dreams into the daughter being grown up and the skills she has and how loved she is by all because of her playing and interacting with others when she was a child. The next morning, the parents tell their daughter that she can have the party. She designs the invitations herself before sending them to the royal printer. Every child in the land receives an invitation, and all but one responds to say that they'll attend. One response, from a young boy, says that he's unable to attend because he's too busy. He has to work to provide for his family, to care for his mum. The princess has never had to do any of these things and doesn't at first understand. She'd never thought about children having to work or having to care for their parents. She'd grown up where her parents don't work, and if anyone needs caring for, staff do that. She learns from her parents that everyone in the kingdom pays them money, but they don't get anything in return. Her parents tell her that this is the way things have always been. They are royalty. This makes them special. They explain that everyone is born into their position in life and that that position is where they're meant to be, which is why they were born into it. The princess doesn't understand or believe this. If people are born to people who are born to people in certain situations, then if everyone treats it as this is the way things have always been and so must be, then her family will always be in this position and everyone else will always be in their positions. She felt that that doesn't seem like people are born into a position they were meant to be born to live in, but rather people are born into the only position possible to them. The snow angel continues to give hope, and the princess sees that there could be hope not just for her, but for those in the land. She encourages her parents to share the wealth, to help improve the lives of those in their kingdom with the money they give. And years later, when it's the princess ruling the kingdom, she's much loved for helping the community and giving everyone the opportunity to have the life that they want to lead. and the princess enjoys reading and rereading this book, seeing it as inspirational. She wishes that real life was like that and has taken this magic potion to try to be taken more seriously, and perhaps she can change things for people like the princess in the story. The carriage passes into the woodland, beams of light dancing through the canopy, illuminating dust motes. And it takes many hours before finally making it out of the woodland and onto the road leading to the city. As the carriage climbs over the last hill before the city skyline gradually rises into view. A patchwork of buildings surrounded by a large stone wall. Approaching the city, the carriage passes over a broad wooden bridge which stretches across a wide river and waterfall, the sound of which rumbles into the carriage, along with a little soft, cool, watery spray. And almost as soon as the carriage passes through the city walls, and the sound of hustle and bustle can be heard, with people busily darting around the streets, a place of life and activity with almost too much to look at. The princess wonders whether her brain can keep up with the amount of information her eyes are taking in. And eventually, the carriage arrives at the town hall. The carriage comes to a halt. The driver can be heard climbing down and walking to the carriage door, before opening the door, reaching a hand out to support the princess as she climbs out of the carriage and onto the street. The princess walks to the front of the carriage to pat the horses, thanking them for their work before heading into the town hall. As she enters the town hall, her footsteps echo through the building. She walks to the room a meeting is being held in and pushes the doors to the room open. As the doors open, so everyone in the room goes quiet. The chair stands up. They watch as the princess walks around the rectangle of tables to her seat and sits down. And once she's seated, so the chair sits back down and begins to talk. Not the chatter they were having before the princess entered, but now focusing on what the meeting is actually about. And all the people in this room have been elected by people throughout the kingdom to represent their individual communities. However, they've been arguing and not coming together as a group, which hasn't been beneficial for anyone. The princess wants to change that. She wants them to all work together for the betterment of the kingdom. Once it's her opportunity to speak, she gives a rousing and passionate speech about community, about coming together and working together. about best representing those who put you here by finding common ground and starting from where they all agree, and looking at how they can be helpful to each other rather than focusing on what they can get for themselves. She explains about how each of their communities that they represent want certain things for their specific community, but by arguing and just focusing on what I want, when in many cases many of the communities want very similar things, they could be focusing on what can we do to achieve this for all of us. And she's holding her favourite book that she'd been reading in the carriage. And she shares an overview of that book, sharing the points from the story that are relevant to this situation. She shares her vision for the future of the kingdom and how this can only happen if we all work together for everyone. And everyone in the room sits quietly listening and seems engaged and moved by what the princess says. And after the meeting, everyone present gets to mingle and have drinks and eat sandwiches and biscuits before people start to say their goodbyes to each other, and eventually the princess leaves. She heads back to the carriage and begins the long journey back to the palace. And she's surprised by how well everyone listened to her. She was so happy to have drunk that potion. Maybe there's now hope for the future of the kingdom. Perhaps it'll become the kingdom she dreams that it will be. And by the time her carriage arrives back at the palace, it's now dark. She heads into the palace, kicks off her shoes and rests in the most comfortable chair. The potion bottle she drank from earlier is still sitting on a small table by the chair. She picks up the bottle and there's still a small amount of the potion left in that bottle. She wonders how long taking the potion lasts for. It lasted long enough for her to do well and be taken seriously at the meeting. But would its effects last a day or 2 days, perhaps a week or maybe even longer? She looked at the bottle to see if the small print revealed how long its effects lasted. But all she could see was the ingredients. She noticed something odd about them. There was only one ingredient: water. And next to the ingredient was a sentence in brackets: powered by belief. She thought to herself, smiling, as a realization popped into her mind. And you continue reading the story through those last few pages to the conclusion of this novel, before realizing the rest of your drink had now gone cold. You've been sitting here reading for over an hour. The fire is in full flow in the fireplace. The cabin is comfortable and warm. You take your mug to the kitchen, pour away the last of the cold drink before beginning dinner. putting on a pot of water, placing a little oil in the water and giving that water a gentle stir. And as the water is heating up, you chop various ingredients, the smell of which dances within your nostrils, tickling your taste buds. You begin to cook and blend the ingredients together in a frying pan, hearing it calmly hiss as you move the ingredients around with a wooden spoon. As the water begins to boil, so you place spaghetti into that water, fanning it out and watching as it starts to relax, go loose and limp and sink gently into the water. And while the spaghetti's cooking, you continue to stir the food in the frying pan. And once the spaghetti has completely submerged, you use a different wooden spoon to move the spaghetti around, just to make sure it doesn't stick or clump up. It doesn't take long for the food to be cooked. As it approaches completion, you get a large plate which curves gently up around the edges. You drain the water from the saucepan and place the spaghetti onto your plate, using a fork to carefully shape it into a nest. You pour the bolognese into the middle and decide whether to add cheese or not this time, before heading to a table and enjoying your dinner. And after dinner, you head outside briefly to get some fresh air. Gazing out across your garden, you can see the patchwork of stars peppered across the sky, feeling the stillness, noticing how more stars come into view as your eyes adapt to the dark. You sit on a bench which leans against the wall of your cabin, just out of the cool, slight breeze. And occasionally you hear a chirp of a songbird and wonder whether perhaps it's dreaming and that it's like a bird talking in its sleep. You can still hear the crickets rubbing their wings together, calling out for a mate, and from time to time you notice shooting stars streak across the sky. And after giving time to rest and let your food go down, you head back into the cabin. Relax by the fire a little longer until you feel yourself becoming tired. And as your eyes get heavier and heavier, and the fire has once again burned down to the faintest of glows, you head to bed, settle down into that most comfortable bed, feeling that it's just the right temperature for you to fall asleep. And as your mind drifts and floats into the most pleasant dreams, so you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10. And while I count down from 10, You can imagine a healing light passing slowly through your body, healing and softening the muscles and calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw, relaxing the muscles around your temple and your forehead, smoothing those muscles out so calmly, so peacefully. 9. As that relaxation begins to work its way around the back of your head, slowly and gently relaxing down the back of your neck, perhaps almost tingling with peace and deep relaxation. And with each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And as you continue to relax deeper and deeper asleep, I don't know whether it's the sound of my voice that helps you drift deeper and more relaxed, or whether it's the spaces between my words. Eight. As that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, slowly, softly down your neck, around your neck and deep within you, drifting, floating deeper and more peacefully relaxed. 7. With that relaxation moving down those arms and around those shoulders and around the shoulder blades, softening and relaxing the muscles. Perhaps you notice the arms beginning to feel heavier and heavier, in the same way that the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed as you drift peacefully asleep. 6. With that relaxation moving down those arms, it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing comfort and peace to those fingers. 5. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back, and deep within you. And the relaxation can move to your stomach, to your lower sides and your lower back, softening, relaxing, so calmly as a mind and a body. 4. With the relaxation moving down around your bottom and around your legs, carefully moving down towards your feet. 3. Moving all the way down those legs deeper and deeper. Bringing a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep, so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where sleep just seems to draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2. As the relaxation spreads around the lower legs, down around the ankles and all the way down to the feet. 1, feeling that relaxation flowing through your whole body like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift and dream, almost into its own reverie, before passing into deep and restful sleep. And as you continue to listen to this, and we move gently into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well all night long. And as you comfortably sleep, I'm just going to tell this story in the background. And Pebbles is a young teddy bear with freckles across her nose and fluff growing out of her ears. And one day, Pebbles is out walking through a rainforest. Droplets of moisture hanging on the tips of her fur. Her padded feet softly pushing through the undergrowth. Sounds of the raindrops leaping from one leaf to another as they find their way to the forest floor. And sometimes Pebbles manages to pay all of her attention to a single raindrop and follow its course, bouncing on one leaf, sliding along the leaf, dropping to another leaf, the leaf waving a bit, sometimes the leaf springing the water droplet up into the air as it somersaults off the leaf and splashes down onto another leaf, eventually finding its way to the forest floor. Other times, there's a breeze high up in the tops of the trees, and so many raindrops fall down through the trees that there's a cacophony of noise, of that pitter-patter of the raindrops as they all leap and dance, bounding their way down to the forest floor. And within the forest, there's a lot of moisture in the air, which is gathering on her fur. But she feels incredibly comfortable and so peaceful in this environment, enjoying the feeling of being out in nature. And while wandering through this forest, the light quite dark, as so little sunlight can make it through the canopy overhead. She sees some friendly bats hanging and sleeping in the trees, the branches gently swaying, causing the bats to gently rock back and forth. She sees some brightly coloured mushrooms on the ground, poking themselves up through the undergrowth. And while walking past, disturbing the air above those mushrooms, you can smell how sweet those mushrooms smell. Their sweet scent dancing within her nostrils. And Pebbles continues on through this rainforest until she finds what it is that she's seeking. A tree containing a door, and she walks up to that door. She knocks 3 times. Each knock echoes through the tree as if the tree is hollow. After the 3rd knock, she waits. She can hear some movement within the tree. And after a few moments, the door latch seems to release, and the door hangs slightly open. And she reaches for the door, pulls the door open, feeling the weight of the door as she does, steps inside and pulls that door closed. And there's a slight coolness in here and a faint glow, and the air is incredibly still. And she begins to descend a spiral staircase, descending deeper and deeper beneath this tree. And within the tree, the atmosphere is so calm and comfortable. And at the base of the spiral staircase, the area opens out into a vast cavernous space. And somehow this entire cavernous area is glowing with light, and Pebbles looks around and can't see any lights, and yet the whole space is illuminated. And she can see some people working at desks, and everyone going about their tasks. And she walks past a room full of people working, heads to a door at the back of the room, opens the door, and walks into another room. And this room appears to be made of metal. And she walks across the metal floor, her teddy bear feet padding their way across that metal. And this room has windows around 3 of the sides. And out of the window as she walks into the room, she can see the darkness of space. She can see the grey lunar landscape and the view of the Earth rising over the horizon. And in this room, people are working at computer consoles. And she walks over to a desk and sits down. She puts on a headset, turns on a computer, punches in some details, logging into the computer, sees a notification on the screen. She clicks the notification, reads a message on screen, and the message informs her that what they've been looking for has possibly been found. And attached to the message is a map and the location. And so Pebbles takes note of that location, heads to what looks almost like a large cupboard against one wall, walks into that space, places on a spacesuit, on her arm she punches in the details for the location and an image of that location. She does a final check of her suit and presses a button, and a door behind her closes. There's a gentle hissing sound before another door opens to the lunar surface. She walks out onto the lunar surface, presses a button on the outside. The door closes behind her. and she feels almost like she's walking in slow motion as she gently bounds her way across the lunar surface, heading over towards a rover. When she reaches that rover, she boards the rover and straps herself in, starts up the vehicle, punches in the coordinates, and then accelerates away from the moon base. And she feels she's travelling for quite some time. And while travelling, the sun begins to poke its head around the edge of the earth, illuminating the moon. She pulls the visor down, continues on as the sun rises above the earth and rises above the moon. And while that sun continues to rise, the part of her attention is on admiring this sunrise, although she finds it does make seeing the earth more tricky in the glare of the sun. And she continues on, heading to those coordinates, and on arriving at the coordinates, she leaves the rover. She can see what looks like a cave, and it's the entrance to an old lava tube. And there are some people working at the outside of the cave, and they greet her as she arrives. And she walks past them, descending into the cave. And there are strip lights lining this cave. And they're gently pulsing in the direction deeper and deeper into the cave. And so she walks deeper into the cave until she finds a chamber. And within that chamber is what looks like a spacecraft, only nothing she's familiar with. And she walks over to the spacecraft and is told that they've gained entry. And it's an enormous spacecraft, seemingly embedded within the rocks here. And they head up a ramp and into the spacecraft. And a short way into the spacecraft is what appears to be a makeshift tent. And it's actually a makeshift chamber where people can walk in, seal the chamber, match the atmosphere of the craft, open the other side of the chamber, closing it behind them, and then there's another chamber. They walk across that chamber, opening another entrance, finding themselves in the craft. And so Pebbles heads through and into the craft, removes her helmet in the craft, removes her gloves, places them into the helmet, holds on to the helmet and gloves, while looking around at the inside of this craft. And nothing about the craft seems familiar. The craft both seems highly futuristic and ancient at the same time. And so she finds her way around the craft to the person she's due to meet. And she meets that person. And they direct her to a tablet. And on that tablet seems to be unusual writing. And the tablet is made from a metal that almost feels soft to the touch. A little bit like handling clay. And she tries to gently scratch just one tiny corner of the tablet, but finds that although it feels soft like clay, and it looks like the unusual writing was scratched into the tablet, she's unable to mark it herself. Pebbles asks if anyone's been able to understand the writing, and they say that they'd scanned it into their computers, and the computer is just processing for patterns right now. And it takes a while for the computer to process and give a result. But eventually on the computer screen, up pops the tablet. And where the text is on the tablet is a translation. And this translation demonstrates one thing they already know, which is that aliens definitely exist. But another thing, that aliens had visited the Earth. And it says that this ship had run into some difficulties and had crashed onto the moon, and it had embedded itself into the surface of the moon. But the being that was on this craft, which is already quite a small ship apparently, had left in an emergency escape pod and headed to the planet Earth. And the computer analysing that tablet was able to understand the language, and so was able to create an augmented reality projection of any written areas within this craft. And so Pebbles put her helmet back on and projected on the inside of the helmet is an overlay of any text. And so she looks around and can see buttons, writing in different places and screens with writing. And she heads over to a console and types in on the console, unlocking it. And sees that there are some records about the mission that these aliens were on. They're observing the planet Earth and the evolving life forms on the planet. They were curious about how some of the life forms had begun to use tools. They'd begun to cover their bodies in furs and leaves, helping to protect them from the elements on the planet, allowing them to begin to spend more time in locations where conditions weren't so ideal. And although often those conditions were harsh, they were hardy creatures who continued to push forward, and they explored different areas. And so the aliens had set up bases. They were confident that the beings on the planet wouldn't understand who they were or any of their technology, or even that their technology is technology, and would perhaps just think that their bases were just rocks, not understanding what metal is. And so they didn't do much at the time to hide their bases. They just made sure that they could keep separate from the life forms here, so as not to be seen as other life forms and potentially cause any alarm. And these aliens come from a planet with very different gravity, and they exist around a planet, around a star that whips itself around a black hole. And the gravity where they came from is so intense that it took them an enormous amount of time to become advanced enough to be able to leave the planet's surface. The gravity was so intense, no chemical rocket would be able to leave the surface. And they suspected there were other civilizations out there, and wondered whether those other civilizations are also bound to their planets by the gravity of the planet, and whether it's at all possible for civilizations ever to make it into space. And they became increasingly advanced, until eventually they learned how to manipulate space-time, to be able to warp space-time and essentially to generate gravity, or the absence of gravity. But they found that even a small change in the level of gravity was detrimental to their structure as beings. So they created suits. And those suits on the inside are like having their own gravitational field. Making it as if they're in an incredibly high pressure environment within the suits. And a side effect of these suits is that relative to beings and existence outside of the suit, time runs at a different speed. The heavy gravity on the inside of the suit means that they feel perfectly normal. But looking out of the suit at the passing worlds, it's as if everything is moving incredibly quick. And so when they visited Earth, to them it was as if everything on Earth was flashing by rapidly, and to everything on Earth it was as if these beings lived almost an eternity. And for tens of thousands of years, the aliens managed to not make any mistakes, to keep themselves hidden. It was only when this alien crashed onto the moon, having left a large ship that was in orbit of the Earth, and their ship malfunctioned. And they had to take it down. The nearest and safest location from where they were was to the moon, and so they crashed onto the moon and left the moon in an escape pod towards the Earth. But then they had to get from the escape pod to the nearest settlement of the aliens. And humans had seen the glowing orb in the sky that crashed to Earth, and the being that left that orb and the crater the orb left behind, and the scorched earth, and the orb emitted so much heat. They could feel the heat while at some distance from the orb, and the alien had to try and travel as fast as they could from their escape pod to the nearest community, and they were seen, and to the humans it was like the alien was running in slow motion. And to the alien it was like the humans and the wildlife was flashing by at high speed, and the alien found their way to the nearest community. But in Earth time, that meant that that alien was seen for an extended period of time out in the open, travelling to what looked just like an unusual rock. And Pebbles decided that their next course of action was to go and visit that location. There's no records on the ship beyond the alien explaining that they were heading down to the planet and sharing their journey back to the ship to the point of arriving at the settlement. After that, they'd stopped sending messages to the ship and had likely decided to leave the ship where it is. But Pebbles knew where they were situated back then, and wondered whether there's any evidence of that now. And the ship that was orbiting the planet has clearly left now, and she wondered when that happened. And so she found her way back through the ship, back through the airlock, back out into the tunnel, heading back to the surface of the moon, before travelling back to the moon base. Back at the moon base, she changed from her spacesuit, went to her console, typed on the console about what she'd found, what her next plan was. And then left the moon base, found her way back to that rainforest. And she headed back through the rainforest, back to her home here in the rainforest. And while in her home, she did a little more research and made her plans. For getting to the location of that community of aliens. And she didn't expect the community to be there now. And also didn't expect to find any evidence that it was ever there. But she thought it worth having a look around. And once she was ready, she went into a portal room, opened a portal to the nearest portal stop to where she was heading, left the portal at that portal stop, and began her journey to a location that's now a vast savanna. And she had a device with her with the records she'd seen, showing where the ship had crash landed. She headed to that location, and in the location here in the savannah, there was an indentation, totally overgrown now, but an indentation. She explored the indentation and found signs that the ground had been compacted, and that now a lot of earth had grown up over the top of the compacted ground, but the evidence was still there. She followed the route the being would have taken and found her way to what looks like a cliff, and a short way in front of the cliff. As she scanned the ground, she discovered signs like foundations and realized that this here was where the building was, right in front of the natural cliff, probably backing onto the cliff, maybe even digging into the cliff a bit and trying to blend their observation community with the natural cliff. She sketched out while looking at it what she thought it probably looked like. Before scanning the area to try to get other information, and from the depth of the indentation and the depth of the foundations, she worked out that this structure was here probably all the way through to just a few hundred years ago. And the indentation had probably happened about 10,000 years ago. And as she explored the cliff, looking to see if there's signs of how structure was built either up to the cliff or into the cliff, she found an artificial looking rock embedded in the cliff. Something that would easily have been overlooked unless you got really close and analysed it. And she handled that artificial looking rock and heard a deep rumble, and the side of the cliff gently shook, and some rubble fell to the ground, and so she stepped back. And an entrance opened into the cliff. And she saw as an entrance into a grand structure. And this grand structure seemed to contain observation points and screens looking in lots of different locations around the planet. And she saw that it looked like aliens perhaps were still here. And she heard a noise and saw an alien approaching, curious about the door opening. And the alien was in a suit, appearing to move incredibly slowly. And so she walked up to the alien. And she tried to talk to the alien. But the alien was out of time compared to her. They were both running in different times. So to the alien she spoke incredibly quickly and appeared out of nowhere. And to Pebbles, the alien was moving incredibly slowly. And so she wrote down what she understood about the situation and placed it before the alien. And it took a while, but the alien looked. This encounter with her will be but a blip for the alien. And so she learns what she can, studies what she can, before leaving this place and sealing it back up, then heading away. And she finds her way home, writes up a report of what she found, and that the aliens not only visited Earth, but they're still here. And hours later, as evening setting in, she receives a work email. And attached to the work email is a video, and it says that it's private and confidential and top secret. And she watches the video and learns in an instant that a long time ago humans had actually already encountered these aliens. But that's where they got their teleportation technology. That's how they advanced so quickly. But there's always been the barrier. So the aliens have been trying to carefully help humans to advance a little quicker, to try to help them to get to the point where they'll understand the technology required to alter space and time, and to be able to communicate on the same level. And Pebbles sits back for a while, relaxing in front of the fire, pondering what she knows, the implications of this on the planet, and what she's allowed to say and not say before heading to bed, drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10. And while I count, you can have a sense of a healing light gently passing through your body, healing and softening the muscles, calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of your head, around your face and around your jaw, relaxing the muscles around your temple and your forehead, smoothing those muscles out, calming, softening, so peacefully. 9. And that relaxation can begin to drift around to the back of your head and slowly begin to relax down the back of your neck, perhaps tingling gently with a sense of peace and comfort. And with each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know, as you continue to relax deeper, whether it'll be the sound of my voice that helps you drift deeper and deeper asleep, or whether it'll be the spaces between my words. 8. And as that relaxation continues to move down through your body with each out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within your neck, drifting and floating, you can continue to relax, more asleep, as you listen to me talking here. 7. And the relaxation can move down around the shoulders, the shoulder blades, spreading out comfortably into the arms, softening and relaxing those muscles. And perhaps the arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, as the eyelids can feel heavier and heavier, and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation moving all the way down to the fingertips, bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort. 5, as the relaxation begins to work its way carefully and gently down around your chest, your upper back, deep within you. And that relaxation can move down to your stomach, your lower sides and your lower back, softening, relaxing, so calmly as a mind and a body. 4. That relaxation can move down around your bottom and around your legs, deeper and deeper down through you, bringing with it a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where sleep seems to just draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2, as that relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around the ankles and down into the feet. 1, feeling that relaxation flowing through your whole body like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift almost into its own reverie before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move into the story, so you can sleep so deeply, so soundly, all night long. And as you drift and dream and sleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And you find yourself on holiday, and you're in a mountainous region, and it's night time, and you can feel the crisp air against your face, the sensation of breathing in that crisp, fresh air, the gentle crunching as you walk through snow. And the sight of an aurora waving gently in the night sky, the most delicate light show. Seeing the pinpricks of twinkling stars beyond that aurora. And the gentle stretch of the Milky Way as it arcs across the sky. And you walk through this environment. You head to a cable car down from this altitude. Travelling down in that cable car, seeing the forest below, the lights of a small town nestled within the forest, the smooth sensations of that cable car moving its way down from that altitude. Until you lower down beneath the line of trees. You disembark and begin your journey towards that town. And as you walk into the town, so it's lit with the coziest of lighting. You can hear the soft conversations going on among those roaming around the town, wandering in and out of shops. The street vendors selling food, the smell of the different foods and drinks, people holding on to their cups of warm drink between two hands, pulling those cups up under their noses, blowing the top, perhaps noticing someone's glasses fog up for a moment before clearing as they take a sip of their warm drink. And you see, as you look down the street, an antique shop. And you head along to that antique shop. Ring the bell as you open the door, carefully closing the door behind you to keep the cold out and the warmth in. And in this old antique shop there's a log fire crackling away in the corner of the room. Shelves of antiques and old books. Cabinets containing antiques. Boxes underneath the cabinets filled with bric-a-brac. And there's such a cozy environment in here. Just that sound of the crackling fire, the low lighting and the gentle flickering glow from the fire, and the warmth finding its way across the shop, massaging your cheeks and your hands after your time outside. And you see, behind the shop counter, an elderly man with half-rimmed glasses perched on the very tip of his nose, breathing in a very calm way, face wrapped in dense stubble, and scruffy long grey hair. and piercing blue eyes, holding an old book. His eyes glancing through the glasses and scanning the pages, before he reaches across with a finger, carefully separates a page from the others with his finger at the top corner of the book. Reads to the end of the page and then carefully turns that page over, his eyes moving slightly up to the top of the next page. And then reading his way down this page, carefully and methodically working his way through the book. And you sense that he is aware of you, although he's not acknowledged your presence. As you look around the items in the shop, as you look around, you see a tall knight's outfit wrapped in highly polished armor. You tap it very gently with the knuckle of one of your fingers, hearing the metal reverberate and settle. You pick up and handle a couple of the pocket watches, popping their lids open, analysing the watches before closing the lids back up and putting them back where you found them. You take a look at some of the random ornaments, heavy yet small metal ornaments, ideal for placing on shelves. You head to a wall of books. You scan from the top corner along the top shelf and work your way down, scanning those books, occasionally being intrigued by the title or the cover of a book, or by not being able to see a title on the spine of a book, and so removing the book to flick through the first few pages and see what the book happens to be. And all this time, you're the only person in the shop. And as you continue looking around, you lift a glass lid of a counter. You take a look at some of the old watches in that counter. You deeply analyse those watches. You test some of those watches by winding them up, placing them to your ear, listening for the ticking. And as you continue looking around, You head to a tray that just has random items, with all the items being quite affordable. And within that tray, you spot a bracelet, and something about this bracelet appeals to you. And you walk over to the counter with that bracelet. You stand patiently waiting. And when you notice that the shopkeeper isn't paying you any attention now, you start trying to get their attention. You do a fake cough, and then a slightly louder one, and then with a huff, the shopkeeper comes over. You ask them about the bracelet, whether there's anything they know about it and its history. And they say they don't really know much. And it's only a cheap bracelet, so they don't feel that they want to waste any of their time on knowing. But you feel that the bracelet seems quite elegant and you quite like it. And you did feel drawn to it. And so they tell you how much it'll cost. Ask if you want it packaged, and they place it into a nice presentation box. Carefully wrap that bracelet and place the wrapped bracelet into a bag and place a business card into that bag. And you see that their name is Hermit Crab. And this brings a smile to your face. And you say, I bet you like to keep yourself to yourself. And they look at you puzzled. And in an almost snappy kind of way, they say, what gives you that idea? They just don't really like being around people. And you say goodbye, and they don't acknowledge you. They just go and sit down and continue to read. You head back to the door and tring the door open, feeling the cold leap into the shop. You close the door behind you as you look back while closing the door. You see them settling back down with that book, picking up where they left off, carrying on reading. Almost as if you entering that shop was an inconvenience to their reading. You carry on through this town, finding a place to stay for the night, checking yourself in. You place that bracelet on the counter beside the bed. You change into some different clothes and head downstairs for something to eat. And downstairs in the restaurant area is a handful of other people, some couples, some people on their own. The smell of food wafts through the restaurant. You take a look at the menu and find exactly what you want to eat. You order that food and a drink and sit on your own on the table, waiting for that food to arrive and the drink to arrive. And while waiting, you just enjoy the atmosphere. The gentle background sounds of people talking, almost like indistinct chatter. The dancing light from the log fire, feeling so calm and relaxed. And then your food is brought out and you enjoy that food, drink the drink. And after finishing, you just stay resting here for a while, still finishing the drink, in no hurry to go back to the room. But after an hour or so, you finish the drink. The restaurant has thinned out. The fire has burned down to embers. So you head up to your room. You settle down on the bed and take a good book and read that book for a little while. Reading yourself to a point of being sleepy. And when you reach a point to stop reading, you reach into the bag with the bracelet. You take that business card and use it as a bookmark. Business card making you smile and recall your interaction from earlier today. You close up that book, place it down beside the bed, settle down and begin to drift peacefully, comfortably asleep. And while you drift and float and dream deeper and deeper asleep, your mind starts to wander. You start to dream that you're walking through the most beautiful meadow, surrounded by magical trees. And as you walk through this meadow, so you begin to hear a gentle sound of a distant flowing stream. And as you find yourself approaching that stream, you see a really friendly looking woman resting on a rock, singing softly to herself, her voice, making you think of it being like a voice of an angel. A a voice that seems to just flow through you in an almost timeless kind of way. Of frequencies that seem to resonate within you. And this woman seems so elegant. And when she notices you, she stands and turns her flowing dress, wafting around her as she moves. She begins to talk to you, asking who you are and where you're from. And you say you're just out for a walk, exploring this meadow, and you heard her singing. And she tells you that there's a secret world overlaid on this one. And she can show you that world. And asks if you have anything to exchange for that knowledge. And you fill your pockets and find that that bracelet is in one pocket. And so you take the bracelet out of your pocket. She holds her arm out, reveals her wrist. You carefully place the bracelet around her wrist and seal that bracelet up. And in an instant, a glowing white light begins to emanate from the bracelet and form around her body. And she transforms in subtle ways. And as the light fades back away, and a gentle tinkling sound calms down, she tells you that that bracelet has upgraded her to a higher being, allowing her to share this knowledge with you. And she reaches out, and in a very meaningful way, she looks towards your right hand and reaches towards your right wrist, very slowly, delicately and carefully. She rests her forefinger just touching the underside of your wrist, and very carefully communicates through that touch for that wrist to rise. And without trying to do anything at all, you feel that gentle touch on the underside of the wrist, almost like a puff of air lifting the wrist up. Feeling the way the arm gets lighter and lighter, as if increasingly filled with helium, as if each breath that you take pumps more helium into that arm, And it takes no effort at all on your part for the fingertips to begin to move in the palm and the hand and the wrist and the elbow and the forearm and all the muscles involved in that arm so delicately rising up. And in your mind, you can see that arm rising up. And it almost seems like it's happening by itself. And you feel like they're touching your arm and lifting it. But you can't quite tell if they're lifting the arm or if you lift the arm by yourself. But once the arm is up in the air, with the elbow gently bent, the hand about shoulder height, they move the hand a little closer to you. And then begin to carefully lower the hand down. And while the hand carefully lowers down, so that happens at a rate and speed that's incredibly calming and gentle. And you notice a glowing forming around this woman and through the landscape. As she begins to talk to you. And she says, as that arm carefully lowers, and you breathe in and out, the greater consciousness of reality is moving within you, connecting within you, flowing within you, passing through you deeper and deeper. And as she talks, you notice what's almost like a healing light pulsing from around you, as if you're drawing this light straight from the air around you, as if you're somehow drawing natural energy towards you. And the light flows into you from all parts of your body, but strongest flowing in through the top of your head, passing down through your body, down through your neck, your shoulders, your arms, your upper and lower back, down past your bottom and all the way down to the tips of your toes. And your eyes gently close, and you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. And as you relax deeper into the experience, you start to feel a sense of freedom. You feel all that deep connection to the world around you. Begin to observe a reality previously unknown to you. This woman guides you to the water. She places a hand down in the flowing water, cupping her hand, lifting it up, carefully pouring some water into your mouth, and you feel that cool water pass through you, tingling, relaxing deeper and deeper through you. You begin to feel like a connection is spreading out from you, like tendrils of consciousness, weaving yourself into the fabric of this universe. You start to learn about the world, about nature, about consciousness and unconscious communication, and the peace that can be found within stillness. And as this is being experienced, so the woman guides you to sitting on that rock, and as you sit, so a pulse of light spreads from you, and those tendrils of light connect you to this world. And she just sits with you as you have your experience. And after you have your experience, the light begins to fade, almost like water flowing off of you, being absorbed into the land around you. And you carefully open your eyes and your arm lowers. And yet you somehow feel like you're holding on to a part of that. Like the experience has made a part of that a part of you. And then you relax deeper and deeper, resting on that stone. And all the light fades. And this woman hands you back the bracelet. Tells you there's magic in the bracelet. And with this newfound ability, she sends you on your journey, continuing on through the landscape. And so you continue to explore this landscape. Only now you feel a deeper connection to it and a deep understanding of it. And from time to time in this experience, you stop and learn something. And each time you go deeper and deeper asleep. And then you drift deeper and deeper into a dreamless, recuperative sleep, where your body heals itself, and and your mind gets to rest and relax and reset. Then you awaken in the morning, you eat some breakfast, you check out of the hotel, and you continue on your journey through this landscape. And it looks very different in the daytime. And you head on foot to the nearby train station. You arrive in good time for your train. You settle down waiting for the train and you read a good book. And you continue reading that good book. Then you see the steam train arriving, hearing that chugging sound as it approaches, seeing the smoke rising from the chimney at the front of the train, the clickety-clack as it pulls past you, and gradually grinds to a halt. You board the train with a clunk-clunk door. You settle down on a comfortably cushioned seat with a long, narrow table in front of you. You place some items on the table, get your book out and continue reading that as you pull out of this station and your journey home begins. And the train swings round through the landscape. And despite wanting to be reading, the beauty of the landscape draws you in, so you stop from time to time to watch the landscape passing. And it takes some time for this journey, so long that a whole day passes and night time sets in. As you get tired, you make yourself comfortable and rest back on the seat, just in case you fall asleep. And after hours and hours on the train, you arrive at a station where you change trains. And you have to do this a couple of times before finally getting home. And once home, you look forward to settling down in bed and drifting asleep. You place that bracelet in its box and gift wrap to one side, knowing the person it's for will really love receiving that. You unpack some of your stuff. You make yourself some food and drink. Your cat jumps up on your lap. You pet them while you rest there. You can see the excitement in their behavior, that you're home. And then when tiredness calls to you, you head to bed. You settle down in bed and you drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to count down from 10. And while I count, you can imagine a healing light passing slowly and gently through your body, healing and softening the muscles, calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw, relaxing those muscles around your temple and your forehead. Gently soothing those muscles out, calming, softening. So peaceful. 9. As the relaxation continues to work its way around the back of your head, slowly relaxing down the back of your neck, perhaps tingling gently with a sense of peace and comfort. And with each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know, as you continue to relax deeper and deeper asleep, whether it'll be the sound of my voice or perhaps the spaces between my words that help you drift deeper asleep. 8. And as that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within you, drifting, floating, deeper and more peacefully relaxed. Your mind can begin to drift and dream. 7. As the relaxation moves down those arms, around those shoulders, around the shoulder blades, softening and relaxing the muscles, perhaps making those arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, just as the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation moving down those arms, it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort to those fingers. 5. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back, and deep within you. And the relaxation can move gently with each out-breath, moving down to your stomach and your lower sides, around your lower back, softening, relaxing, so calmly as a mind and body. 4. With the relaxation moving down to your bottom, and continuing down around your legs, carefully moving down towards your feet. 3, moving all the way down those legs deeper and deeper, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep, so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful, where you just seem to be so drawn in by sleep and pleasant dreams, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2, as that relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around the ankles and down into the feet. 1, feeling that relaxation through your whole body, like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully as the mind begins to drift and dream, most into its own reverie. As you continue listening to this and we move gently into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well all night long. And as you rest and sleep, you're heading out camping in an SUV. You're driving along a long straight road, sun shining overhead, trees and fields lining the road, shadows and light dancing as the sun passes through the canopies of those trees. The breeze blowing in the window, the sound of the motor running, the gentle movement of the vehicle as it continues travelling along the road. Occasional vibrations, sometimes bobbing and weaving. And as you continue on, you can feel relaxed on this comfortable drive. It's a clear, open road, and you're heading to a specific destination to camp for a few nights. And as it approaches late afternoon, you arrive at your destination. The blue sky now showing the faintest tinges of beginning to change colour towards evening. The sounds softening as the first signs of the dimming light appear. And you pull up the SUV, park it up for camping, and you're the only one in this space, wrapped within a meadow, flanked by the most beautiful trees, And in the distance you can see the river flowing through this meadow, cutting straight across the meadow and disappearing behind the trees. You can see the way the water is flowing as it weaves around rocks and flows over small waterfalls. And you have an awning attachment for your SUV that pulls down from the roof and then opens out into a tent space. And so you pull that down and you pull the sides down and the back and the front and the base. And you carefully attach that to the ground, stretching the ropes tight, bashing the pegs into the ground, holding those ropes in place. You clear a space a short distance in front of the tent. You build a small campfire. You pop out a chair. You go and grab some food and drink. Place that beside the chair. You light the fire, which crackles to life. You rest back in the chair, feeling the warmth of that fire as the sun begins to set. And while the sun sets, you hear the sound of crickets in the background, the occasional sound of a bird, and the gentle sounds of other animals, some settling down for the night, others perhaps just waking up. And as the moon rises over the horizon, so you can see the way that silvery light dances and sparkles across the distant river. And as you rest back and close your eyes a moment, so you can focus just enough to be able to hear that river flowing in the distance. And as the sky goes from brighter blue through to oranges and pinks, and dark blue and almost black, you watch the dancing light and shadows from the fire, hear the crackling and popping, feel the warmth of that fire. You make yourself some food and sit and have a drink. And the air temperature is still reasonably warm. And a very comfortable temperature to be sat outside. And you rest there, you eat the food and drink the drink, planning on doing very little, Just having time for yourself to relax, to quieten your mind, find a deep sense of inner peace, to really take a break from your daily life. And as you rest there and the stars begin to twinkle in the night sky, and you see the occasional shooting star fizz across the sky, and your eyes begin to adjust to the dark, you begin to have this sense like there's an orangey glow beyond the woodland, perhaps on from that river. And at first you don't think too much of it. You just continue relaxing and drifting and enjoying your time with nothing to do. Yet the more your eyes adapt to the dark, and the more your fire burns down to embers, allowing the dark to encroach even more, curiosity builds within you. And you take a torch, and you put out the remnants of the campfire. You zip up your tent, and you set off to see what the glow is. And you walk away from where you're camped. And as you walk away, you turn and look back. And the moonlight is illuminating your camping space. And you continue walking down towards that river, crunching your way through the meadow. The gentle scent of wildflowers wafting up to your nose as you disturb them while walking. And the sound of the flowing water getting louder and louder as you get nearer and nearer. And as you near that water, so you can smell the fresh, clean scent of the water, as if the flowing water is purifying the air around here. And from down here by the water's edge, you look up and left and can see the river curving around between the trees, and the glow off in the distance, and that now you're a little closer, you can notice the glow is gently changing over time. It's not a static glow. And so you follow the river. You head into the tree line. Sounds of the rustling leaves of the trees around you. The air seems to change as you pass into the woods, and you walk through the woodland. And you notice as you're walking that the river is gently widening. And after some time of following this river, it flows out into a clearing. And in this clearing, the landscape under the gentle moonlight looks very swamp-like, almost like the river here has flooded this large area, and yet one side of the river can be seen to be flowing around, continuing on its journey. And within this swamp space, you catch a glimpse of what it is that's glowing. You see a phoenix, flames flickering from its body. Flying above the swamp, landing on different trees. And you stop where you are and watch that phoenix flying around, curious what it's doing. It seems to fly so quietly and gracefully, despite looking like it's wrapped in a flamethrower, leaving a soft trail of flames as it flies. And then you see, forming near the tree line in the distance, what looks like a ball of lightning, bursting alive, crackling and moving, and floating through the landscape, its bluish glow, in contrast to the orangey glow of the phoenix. Tendrils reaching out from that ball lightning, almost like legs dancing across the earth. And as those legs dance across the earth, so you can see the glowing light at the foot of each leg, on the surface of the water, that envelops this swampy area. And small tufts of steam rising from each footstep the ball lightning takes. And you watch as that crosses the landscape. Before fizzling out, and you continue to watch Phoenix flying around and landing. And then another ball of lightning forms from another area and repeats what you just saw. And although it's formed in another area, it travels to the same destination as the last ball of lightning. Only this time, as it extinguishes, you think you catch sight of something in the air, almost like an outline or a shadow, just a hint of something there. You decide to walk a little closer, but you do your best to keep to the tree line and keep out of sight of the phoenix. And a third ball of lightning forms in another location and travels to that same destination. And as you get closer and closer, you notice that what it is that you can see, where all the balls of lightning are going, looks almost like a mirrored sphere, making it incredibly difficult to see as it reflects its surroundings. And as you get closer, you notice it isn't smooth. It undulates and moves. And another ball of lightning forms. And as this one reaches the sphere, you see that it passes straight through. And then you watch as the phoenix flies towards the sphere and vanishes within it. And you head over to that sphere. You reach up with your fingertips, and your fingertips pass right through. You just feel the gentlest tingle. And you jump up off the ground towards the sphere. And as your head and shoulders pass through, you see a vastly different landscape. And so you do your best to run across the mounds protruding from the swamp, leaping up towards that sphere, almost diving through it. And you find yourself rolling the other side of the sphere in the most beautiful sunny landscape. You see what looks almost like a grand eagle with wisps of smoke fading from its wings, and you realize that here, that's the phoenix. And you see the balls of lightning that are here forming. But it's daytime here, and so they're harder to notice. But you see as they form, and one by one, are travelling towards that sphere, as if perhaps that's the energy source, or has something to do with this sphere and powering it. You explore this unusual landscape. It looks very familiar. It has trees and plants, grasses, blue sky. And yet at the same time, it seems very alien. You don't recognize any of the trees or plants. On closer inspection, the blades of grass look different. And this intrigues you. And here there's something slightly different about the air, about gravity. You notice that sound seems to be different. Each footstep you take sounds a bit lighter than where you've come from. And then you notice the sounds around you also sound a bit lighter than you're used to. And you explore this landscape. You see creatures that look very deer-like but aren't, grazing in the meadow. You see a lake in the distance. And within the lake, you see ripples that look like something large is swimming beneath the surface. And down by the lake's edge, you see what looks like a tent made of broad leaves. And so you head down towards that tent. You approach the tent slowly, quietly. And within the tent, you can see that there's somebody sitting there enjoying the sound of the lake, the water lapping onto the shore. You see their feet poking slightly out of the tent as you approach. They're wearing shoes, but nothing like you've seen before. You make a little bit of noise as you approach to make sure that they hear you. And they poke their head out of the tent to see who's approaching. And they look so kind and friendly. They look humanoid, but not human. They have the kindest, widest eyes, and the most beautiful, friendly smile. And the softest, soothest voice. They introduce themselves as Sapphire. You introduce yourself. They say you don't look like you're from round here. They've never seen a being like you. You explain where you came from. And they say that there are these portals dotted around everywhere. That normally it's just the phoenixes who use them. Most others avoid them, not because they're necessarily dangerous or anything like that, just because they don't understand them, and so they keep away. and Sapphire invites you to sit with them as you talk, and they watch the ripples on the surface of the lake. They watch the movement of whatever the large creature is in this lake. And they see that there's a slight glimmer of concern within you of the large creature of the lake. So they reassure you it's totally harmless. The lake houses many animals. It just happens there are some larger ones than others. And they share some of their food with you. Foods you've never tasted before. They tell you stories of this place. They describe where here is. And as the sun begins to set here, so you can see two moons in the sky, a smaller one seeming to orbit the larger one. And the moons are much darker than the moon you're used to. And the sounds, as the evening here sets in, are familiar yet different. And you and Sapphire talk well into the night. You're curious how long the nights here are. But as it begins to turn to light, you realize the nights here are a similar length. And as morning arises, Sapphire excitedly gets a canvas, despite having not slept at all. They're incredibly excitable and full of energy as they set up the canvas, and with tears in their eyes from the beauty, they begin painting the scene of this sunrise. They ask if you'd mind sitting down near the water's edge. They'd like to include you in the painting, their unusual friend from another land. And you oblige and sit peacefully and patiently, being as still as you can, enjoying the sound of the gently lapping water on the shore, the splushing and sploshing of creatures in the lake, the soft rustle of reeds around the water's edge, the occasional sound of birds overhead. And after they're finished painting, they let you know and you head over and they show the painting to you. And you sit and talk some more. They then walk with you along the shore of the lake. You ask about places people live here, whether there are towns or cities. You try and get an idea of the technology they use, of the lives they live, of of the cultures here. And Sapphire tries to do the same, learning from you. And you find together you have so much to share. So much so that it gets all the way round to nightfall again. And neither of you have yet slept. And this nightfall they're excited by the sight of an aurora in the sky. The beautiful curtains of light moving and weaving and undulating in the sky. They see that you're getting tired and ask if you'd like to fall asleep in the tent. And so you tuck down in the tent, lying beside Sapphire. And as you rest there, feeling so calm and warm and so cozy, they lie beside you and you feel their body temperature. You hear their gentle breathing. They talk softly, as if trying not to disturb anyone, even though there's only the two of you here, continuing to ask you questions. And you ask them some questions, and between you, you talk for a moment, and then you'll begin drifting asleep. And then talk for a moment more, until eventually the talking ends and you fall deeply and comfortably relaxed asleep. And when you wake the next morning, Sapphire has made some food, and you smell that incredible smell of the food. You leave the tent and take a deep breath of the fresh morning air. You see the dew on the plants and grasses sparkling in the low morning light. A wisp of mist weaving among the meadow, gliding across the lake, so silently, calmly. You feel like you've had the best night's sleep ever, feeling so rested and rejuvenated. But you know that it's time to go. So you eat the breakfast. You spend the first half of the day talking. A part of you finds it difficult to be able to say goodbye, unsure whether you'll ever be able to hear again. They hand you what looks like a small crystal. They tell you, perhaps this will work across dimensions. When you place this crystal on top of silver, it activates. And when it activates, it allows you to communicate. And you think it sounds a bit like a telephone. only done in a very different way. You say your goodbyes and head back. Through the meadow, you see the portal still there. You leap up through the portal, sploshing down into the swamp the other side. And here it's night time, and you wonder how much time has passed. And you head back through the woodland, back along the river. Put your hand in your pocket and feel that crystal resting in your pocket, confirming the experience was real. You head back up to your camp, and at your tent you take a look at the date and time and see that an entire day has passed by. And so the time must run very similar. But where here it was night time when you went through, there it was daytime. And when you returned, it was daytime there and it's night time here. And you enjoy something to eat. You enjoy the environment here before settling down and drifting asleep. And after your experience out here camping, you clear everything away and you head back towards your home. And it's a very long drive. And you make that journey with your mind frequently thinking of sapphire. And you're curious to get home, find some silver, and see if that crystal works. And after many hours of driving and arriving home, you find a small silver tray. You place that silver tray on your dining room table. You sit down on the dining room chair. You take the crystal. You hesitate for a moment, unsure what'll happen, and then place the crystal on the silver tray. And at first, nothing seems to happen. It's just like you've put a stone on a tray. But then there's a gentle hum, and the crystal begins to glow ever so slightly. And the glow gets brighter and brighter, and seems almost like it's stretching out from the crystal. Until there's this glow in front of you, almost like a screen of light hovering in space above the dining room table. And at first that screen of light is dark, and then from the darkness it flashes to light, and you see sapphire on the screen, and she smiles and you engage in conversation. And you discuss how you might see each other again in the future, whether there's any way of creating portals that are located a bit more conveniently. And you'd like Sapphire to be able to visit your world. And you know this is the start of a wonderful friendship. And as you head to bed, you think about it being curious that you can meet a stranger and just somehow hit it off, and the stranger becomes a friend, and sometimes even becomes so important to you that it's as if you've known each other your whole lives, and you just want to see them again and again. And you settle down in bed, feeling the warmth of your own bed, the softness of your mattress and your pillows, the calming temperature of your room, the faintest sounds around you as you drift and float so peacefully, so calmly, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland.